CHAPTER 33 of The Bent Twig by Dorothy Canfield. This recording is in the public domain. CHAPTER 33 Whom God Hath Joined. They were to sail on the 23rd, and ever since the big square invitation had come it had been a foregone conclusion, conceded with no need for wounding words, that there was no way out of attending the Sommerville Morrison wedding on the 21st. They kept, of course, no constrained silence about it. Aunt Victoria detested the awkwardness of not mentioning difficult subjects as heartily as she did the mention of them, and as the tree toad evolves a skin to answer his needs, she had evolved a method all her own of turning her back squarely on both horns of a dilemma. No, there was no silence about the wedding, only about the possibility that it might be an ordeal, or that the ordeal might be avoided. It could not be avoided. There was nothing to be said on that point. But there was much talk during the few days of their stay in New York about the elaborate preparations for the ceremony. Morrison, who came to see them in their temporary quarters, kept up a somewhat satirical report as to the magnificence of the performance, and on the one occasion when they went to see Molly they found her flushed, excited, utterly inconsecutive, distracted by a million details, and accepting the situation as the normal one for a bride to be. There were heart searchings as to toilets to match the grandeur of the occasion, and later satisfaction with the moss green chiffon for Sylvia and violet colored velvet for her aunt. There were consultations about the present Aunt Victoria was to send from them both, a wonderfully expensive, newly patented leather traveling case for a car, guaranteed to hold less to the square inch and pound than any other similar, heavy, gold-mounted contrivance. Mrs. Marshall Smith told Morrison frankly, in this connection, that she had tried to select a present which Molly herself would enjoy. "Am I not to have a present myself?" asked Morrison. "Something that you selected expressly for me?" "No," said Sylvia, dropping the sugar into his tea with deliberation. "You are not to have any present for yourself." She was guiltily conscious that she was thinking of a certain scene in The Golden Bowl, a scene in which a wedding present figures largely, and when, a moment later, he said, "I have a new volume of Henry James I'd like to loan you," she knew that the same scene had been in his head. She would not look at him lest she read in his eyes that he had meant her to know. As she frequently did in those days, she rose and, making an excuse of a walk in the Park, took herself off. She was quite calm during this period, her mind full of trivial things. She had the firm conviction that she was living in a dream, that nothing of what was happening was irrevocable. And besides, as at Lydford, for much of the day, she was absorbed in the material details of her life, being rubbed and dressed and undressed, and adorned and fed and catered to. They were spending the few days before sailing in a very grand hotel overlooking Central Park. Sylvia had almost every day the thought that she herself was now in the center of exactly the same picture in which, as a child, she had enviously watched Aunt Victoria. She adored every detail of it. It was an opening out, even from the Lydford life. She felt herself expanding like a dried sponge placed in water, to fill every crack and crevice of the luxurious habits of life. The traveling along that road is always swift, and Sylvia's feet were never slow. During the first days in Vermont, it had seemed a magnificence to her that she need never think of dish washing or bed making. By this time it seemed quite natural to her that Hélène drew and tempered the water for her bath, and put on her stockings. Occasionally she noticed with a little surprise that she seemed to have no more free time than in the laborious life of La Chance. But for the most part she threw out, in all haste, innumerable greedy root tendrils into the surcharged richness of her new soil, and sent up a rank growth of easeful acquiescence in redundance. The wedding was quite as grand as the Sommervilles had tried to make it. The street was crowded with staring, curious, uninvited people on either side of the church, and when the carriage containing the bride drove up, the surge forward to see her was as fierce as though she had been a defaulting bank president being taken to prison. The police had to intervene. The interior, fern and orchid swathed, very dimly lighted by rich purple stained glass and aristocratic dripping wax candles instead of the more convenient electric imitations, was murmurous with the wonderful throbbing notes of a great organ and with the discreet low tones of the invited guests as they speculated about the relative ages and fortunes of the bride and bridegroom. The chancel was filled with a vested choir which, singing and carrying a cross, advanced down the aisle to meet the bridal party. Molly, who had not been in a church since her childhood, had needed to be coached over and over again in the ins and outs of the complicated service. Sylvia, seated several guests away from the aisle, saw little of the procession as it went up into the chancel. She caught a glimpse of a misty mass of white, and beside it, old Mr. Sommerville's profile, very white and nervous and determined. She did not at that time see the bridegroom at all. The ceremony, which took place far within the chancel, was long and interspersed with music from the choir. Sylvia, feeling very queer and callous, as though under an anesthetic she were watching with entire unconcern the amputation of one of her limbs, fell to observing the people about her. The woman in front of her leaned against the pew and brought her broad, well-fed back close under Sylvia's eyes. It was covered with as many layers as a worm in a cocoon. There were beads on lace, the lace encrusted on other lace, chiffon, fishnet, a dimly seen filmy satin, cut in points, and, lower down, an invisible foundation of taffeta. Through the interstices there gleamed a revelation of the back itself, fat, white, again like a worm in a cocoon. Sylvia began to plan out a comparison of dress with architecture, bringing out the insistent tendency in both to the rococo, to the burying of structural lines in ornamentation. The cuff, for instance, originally intended to protect the skin from contact with unwashable fabrics, degenerated into a mere bit of trimming which has lost all its meaning, which may be set anywhere on the sleeve. Like a strong hand about her throat came the knowledge that she was planning to say all this to please Felix Morrison, who was now within 50 feet of her, being married to another woman. She flamed to fever, and chilled again to her queer absence of spirit. There was a chorister at the end of the line near her, a pale young man with a spiritual face, who chanted his part with shining, rapt eyes. When he sang, he slipped his hand under his white surplice and took out his watch. Still singing, "Glory be to the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost," he cast a hasty eye on the watch and frowned impatiently. He was evidently afraid the business in hand would drag along and make him late to another appointment. "Is now and ever shall be, world without end. Amen," he sang fervently. Sylvia repressed an hysterical desire to laugh. The ceremony was over. The air in the building beat wildly against the walls, the stained glass windows, and the ears of the worshipers in the excited tumult of the wedding march. The procession began to leave the chancel. This time Sylvia caught one clear glimpse of the principals, but it meant nothing to her. They looked like wax effigies of themselves, self-conscious, posed, emptied of their personalities by the noise, the crowds, the congestion of ceremony. The idea occurred to Sylvia that they looked as though they had taken in as little as she the significance of what had happened. The people about her were moving in relieved restlessness after the long immobility of the wedding. The woman next to her went down on her knees for a devout period. her face in her white gloves. When she rose, she said earnestly to her companion, "Do you know if I had to choose one hat trimming for all the rest of my life, I should make it small pink roses in clusters. It's perfectly miraculous how, with black chiffon, they never go out." She settled in place the great cluster of costly violets at her breast, which she seemed to have exuded like some natural secretion of her plump and expensive person. "Why don't they let us out?" she said complainingly. A young man, one of those born to be a wedding usher, now came swiftly up the aisle on patent leather feet, and untied with pearl gray fingers the great white satin ribbon which restrained them in the pew. Sylvia caught her aunt's eye on her, its anxiety rather less well hidden than usual. With no effort at all the girl achieved a flashing smile. It was not hard. She felt quite numb. She had been present only during one or two painful, quickly passed moments. But the reception at the house, the big, old fashioned, very rich Sommerville house, was more of an ordeal. There was the sight of the bride and groom in the receiving line, now no longer badly executed graven images, but quite themselves. Molly, starry-eyed, triumphant, astonishingly beautiful. Her husband, distinguished, ugly, self-possessed, easily the most interesting personality in the room. There was the difficult moment of the presentation, the handclasp with Felix, the rapturous, vague kiss from Molly, evidently too uplifted to have any idea as to the individualities of the people defiling before her. Then the passing on into the throng, the eating and drinking and talking with acquaintances from the Lydford summer colony, of whom there were naturally a large assortment. Sylvia had a growing sense of pain, which was becoming acute when across the room she saw Molly, in a lull of arrivals, look up to her husband and receive from him a smiling, intimate look of possession. Why, they were married! It was done! The delicate food in Sylvia's mouth turned to ashes. Mrs. Marshall Smith's voice, almost fluttered, almost, for her, excited, came to her ears. "Sylvia, here is Mr. Page, and he's just told me the most delightful news, that he's decided to run over to Paris for a time this fall." "I hope Miss Marshall will think that Paris will be big enough for all of us?" asked Austin Page, fixing his remarkably clear eyes on the girl. She made a great effort for self-possession. She turned her back on the receiving line. She held out her hand cordially. "I hope Paris will be quite, quite small, so that we shall all see a great deal of each other," she said warmly. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of The Bent Twig by Dorothy Canfield. This recording is in the public domain. CHAPTER XXXIV SYLVIA TELLS the truth. They left Mrs. Marshall Smith with a book, seated on a little yellow painted iron chair, the 15 centime kind, at the top of the great flight of steps leading down to the wide green expanse of the tapis vert. She was alternately reading Huysmans' highly imaginative ideas on Gothic cathedrals and letting her eyes stray up and down the long façade of the great Louis. Her powers of aesthetic assimilation seemed to be proof against this extraordinary mixture of impressions. She had insisted that she would be entirely happy there in the sun, for an hour at least, especially if she were left in solitude with her book. On which intimation Sylvia and Page had strolled off to do some exploring. It was a situation which a month of similar arrangements had made very familiar to them. "No, I don't know Versailles very well," he said in answer to her question, "but I believe the gardens back of the Grand and Petit Trianon are more interesting than these near the Château itself. The conscientiousness with which they're kept up is not quite so formidable." So they walked down the side of the Grand Canal, admiring the rather pensive beauty of the late November woods, and talking, as was the proper thing, about the great Louis and his court, and how they both detested his style of gilded, carved wall ornamentation, although his chairs weren't as bad as some others. They turned off at the cross arm of the canal towards the Great Trianon. They talked again, dutifully in the spirit of the place, about Madame de Maintenon. They differed on the subject just enough to enjoy discussing it. Page averred that the whole affair had always passed his comprehension. What that ease-loving, vain, indulgent, trivial-minded grandson of Henri Quatre could have ever seen for all those years in that stiff, prim, cold old school-ma'am. But Sylvia shook her head. "I know how he felt. He had to have her, once he'd found her. She was the only person in all his world he could depend on." "Why not depend on himself?" Page asked. "Oh, he couldn't! He couldn't! She had character, and he hadn't." "What do you mean by character?" he challenged her. "It's what I haven't," she said. He attempted a chivalrous exculpation. "Oh, if you mean by character such hard, insensitive lack of imagination as Madame de Maintenon." "No, not that," said Sylvia. "You know what I mean by character as well as I." By the time they were back of the little Trianon, this beginning had led them naturally enough away from the frivolities of historical conversation to serious considerations, namely themselves. The start had been a reminiscence of Sylvia's, induced by the slow fall of golden leaves from the last of the birches into the still water on the lake in the midst of Marie Antoinette's hamlet. They stopped on an outrageously rustic bridge, constructed quite in the artificially rural style of the place, and, leaning on the railing, watched in a fascinated silence the quiet eddying descent of the leaves. There was not a breath of wind. The leaves detached themselves from the tree with no wrench. They loosened their hold gradually, gradually, and finally out of sheer fullness of maturity floated down to their graves with a dreamy content. "I never happened to see that effect before," said Page. "I suppose leaves were detached only by wind. It's astonishingly peaceful, isn't it?" "I saw it once before," said Sylvia, her eyes fixed on the noiseless arabesques traced by the leaves in their fall. "At home in La Chance. I'll never forget it." She spoke in a low tone as though not to break the charmed silence about them. And, upon his asking her for the incident, she went on, almost in a murmur: "It isn't a story you could possibly understand. You've never been poor. But I'll tell you if you like. I've talked to you such a lot about home and the queer people we know. Did I ever mention Cousin Parnelia? She's a distant cousin of my mother's, a queer woman who lost her husband and 3 children in a train wreck years ago, and has been a little bit crazy ever since. She has always worn, for instance, exactly the same kind of clothes, hat, and everything, that she had on the day the news was brought to her. The spiritualists got hold of her then, and she's been one herself for ever so long. Table rapping, planchette writing, all the horrid rest of it, and she makes a little money by being a 'medium' for ignorant people. But she hardly earns enough that way to keep her from starving, and Mother has for ever so long helped her out. Well, there was a chance to buy a tiny house and lot for her, $220. It was just a 2-roomed cottage, but it would be a roof over her head at least. She is getting old and ought to have something to fall back on. Mother called us all together and said this would be a way to help provide for Cousin Parnelia's old age. Father never could bear her, he's so hard on ignorant, superstitious people. But he always does what Mother thinks best. so he said he'd give up the new typewriter he'd been hoping to buy. Mother gave up her chicken money she'd been putting by for some new rose bushes, and she loves her roses too. Judith gave what she'd earned picking raspberries, and oh, how I hated to do it, but I was ashamed not to, I gave what I'd saved up for my autumn suit. Lawrence just stuck it out that he hated Cousin Parnelia and he wouldn't give a bit. But he was so little that he only had 30 cents or something like that in a tin bank, so it didn't matter. When we put it all together, it wasn't nearly enough, of course, and we took the rest out of our own little family savings bank, rainy day savings, and bought the tiny house and lot. Father wanted to surprise Cousin Parnelia with the deed. He wanted to lay it under some flowers in a basket, or slip it into her pocket, or send it to her with some eggs or something. But Mother, it was so like her. The first time Cousin Parnelia happened to come to the house, Mother picked up the deed from her desk and said offhand, "Oh, Parnelia, we bought the little Garrons house for you," and handed her the paper and went to talking about cutworms or Bordeaux mixture. Page smiled, appreciative of the picture. "I see her. I see your mother. Vermont to the core." Well, it was only about 2 weeks after that. I was practicing, and Mother was rubbing down a table she was fixing over. Nobody else happened to be at home. Cousin Parnelia came in, her old battered black straw hat on one ear as usual. She was all stirred up and pleased about a new method of using planchette. You know what planchette is, don't you? The little heart-shaped piece of wood spiritualists use, with a pencil fast to it, to take down their silly messages. Some spiritualistic fake was visiting town conducting seances, and he claimed he'd discovered some sort of method for inducing greater receptivity, or something like that. I don't know anything about spiritualism, but little tags I've picked up from hearing Cousin Parnelia talk. Anyway, he was teaching other mediums for a big price. And it came out that Cousin Parnelia had mortgaged the house for more than it was worth, and had used the money to take those lessons. I couldn't believe it for a minute. When I really understood what she'd done, I was so angry I felt like smashing both fists down on the piano keys and howling. I thought of my blue corduroy I'd given up. I was only 14, and just crazy about clothes. Mother was sitting on the floor, scraping away at the table leg. She got up, laid down her sandpaper, and asked Cousin Parnelia if she'd excuse us for a few minutes. Then she took me by the hand as though I was a little girl. I felt like one too. I felt almost frightened by Mother's face, and we both marched out of the house. She didn't say a word. She took me down to our swimming hole in the river. There is a big maple tree leaning over that. It was a perfectly breathless autumn day like this, and the tree was shedding its leaves like that birch, just gently, slowly, steadily letting them go down into the still water. We sat down on the bank and watched them. The air was full of them, yet all so quiet, without any hurry. The water was red with them. They floated down on our shoulders, on our heads, in our laps. Not a sound. So peaceful, so calm, so perfect. It was like the andante of the Kreutzer. I knew what Mother wanted, to get over being angry with Cousin Parnelia. And she was. I could see it in her face, like somebody in church. I felt it myself, all over, like an E string that's been pulled too high, slipping down into tune when you turn the peg. But I didn't want to feel it. I wanted to hate Cousin Parnelia. I thought it was awfully hard in Mother not to want us to have even the satisfaction of hating Cousin Parnelia. I tried to go on doing it. I remember I cried a little. But Mother never said a word, just sat there in that quiet autumn sunshine, watching the leaves falling, falling, and I had to do as she did. And by I felt, just as she did, that Cousin Parnelia was only a very small part of something very big. When we went in, Mother's face was just as it always was, and we got Cousin Parnelia a cup of tea and gave her part of a boiled ham to take home, and a dozen eggs, and a loaf of graham bread, just as though nothing had happened." She stopped speaking. There was no sound at all but the delicate, forlorn whisper of the leaves. "That is a very fine story," said Page finally. He spoke with a measured, emphatic, almost solemn accent. "Yes, it's a very fine story," murmured Sylvia, a little wistfully. "It's finer as a story than it was as real life. It was years before I could look at blue corduroy without feeling stirred up. I really cared more about my clothes than I did about that stupid, ignorant old woman. If it's only a cheerful giver the Lord loves, He didn't feel much affection for me." They began to retrace their steps. "You gave up the blue corduroy," he commented as they walked on. "And you didn't scold your silly old kinswoman." "That's only because Mother hypnotized me. She has character. I did it as Louis signed the revocation of the Edict of Nantes, because Madame de Maintenon thought he ought to. But she couldn't hypnotize your brother Lawrence, although he was so much younger. He didn't give up his 37 cents. I think you're bragging without cause if you claim any engaging and picturesque absence of character." "Oh, Lawrence, he's different. He's extraordinary. Sometimes I think he is a genius. And it's Judith who hypnotizes him. She supplies his character." They emerged into an opening and walked in silence for some moments towards the Grand Trianon. "You're lucky, very lucky," commented Page, "to have such an ample supply of character in the family. I'm an only child. There's nobody to give me the necessary hypodermic supply of it at the crucial moments," he went on, turning his head to look at the great Trianon, very mellow in the sunshine. "It's my belief, however, that at the crucial moments you have plenty of it of your own." "That's a safe guess," said Sylvia ironically, "since there never have been any crucial moments in a life so uninterestingly eventless as mine. I wonder what I would do," she mused. "My own conviction is that, suppose I'd lived in the days of the Reformation, in the days of Christ, in the early abolition days." She had an instant certainty. "Oh, I have been entirely on the side of whatever was smooth and elegant and had amenity. I'd have hated the righteous side." Page did not look very deeply moved by this revelation of depravity. Indeed, he smiled rather amusedly at her, and changed the subject. "You said a moment ago that I couldn't understand, because I'd always had money. Isn't it a bit paradoxical to say that the people who haven't a thing are the only ones who know anything about it?" "But you couldn't realize what losing the money meant to us. You can't know what the absence of money can do to a life." "I can know," said Page, "what the presence of it cannot do for a life." His accent implied rather sadly that the omissions were considerable. "Oh, of course," Sylvia agreed. "There's any amount it can't do. After you have it, you must get the other things too." He brought his eyes down to her from a roving quest among the tops of the trees. "It seems to me you want a great deal," he said quizzically. "Yes, I do," she admitted, "but I don't see that you have any call to object to my wanting it. You don't have to wish for everything at once. You have it already." He received this into one of his thoughtful silences, but presently it brought him to a standstill. They were within sight of the Grand Canal again, looking down from the terrace of the Trianon. He leaned against the marble balustrade and thrust his hands deep into his pockets. His clear eyes were clouded. He looked profoundly grave. "I am 32 years old," he said, "and never for a moment of that time have I made any sense out of my position in life. If you call that having everything. It occurred to Sylvia fleetingly that she had never made any sense out of her position in life either, and had been obliged to do a great many disagreeable things into the bargain, but she kept this thought to herself, and looked conspicuously what she genuinely felt a sympathetic interest. The note of plain, direct sincerity which was Page's hallmark never failed to arrest her attention, a little to arouse her wonder, and occasionally, for a reason that she did not like to dwell upon, somewhat to abash her. The reason was that he never spoke for effect, and she often did. He was not speaking for effect now. He seemed scarcely even to be speaking to her, rather to be musingly formulating something for his own enlightenment. He went on: "The fact is that there is no sense to be made out of my situation in life. I am like a man with a fine voice who has no ear." He showed surprise that Sylvia failed to follow this, and explained: "I mean the voice is no good to that kind of a man. It's no good to anybody. It's the craziest, accidental affair, anyhow. Haven't you ever noticed it? Who draws the fine voices? Half the time, more than half the time, most of the time, it seems to me when I've been recently to a lot of concerts, the people who have the voices haven't any other qualifications for being singers. And it's so with coal mines, with everything else that's inherited. For 5 years now I've given up what I'd like to do, and I've tried, under the best maestri I could find, to make something out of my voice, so to speak. And it's no go. It's in the nature of things that I can't make a go of it. Over everything I do lies the taint that I'm the owner. They are suspicious of me, always will be, and rightly so. Anybody else not connected with the mediaeval idea of possession could do better than I. The whole relation's artificial. I'm in it for the preposterous reason that my father, operating on Wall Street, made a lucky guess. As though I should be called upon to run a locomotive because my middle initial is L." Sylvia still felt the same slight sense of flatness when this recurring topic thrust itself into a personal talk, but during the last month she had adjusted herself to Page so that this no longer showed on the surface. She was indeed quite capable of taking an interest in the subject, as soon as she could modulate herself into the new key. "Yes, of course," she agreed. "It's like so many other things that are perfectly necessary to go on with, perfectly absurd when you look closely at them. My father nearly lost his position once for saying that all inheritance was wrong, but even he never had the slightest suggestion as to what to do about it, how to get an inheritance into the hands of the people who might make the best use of it." She was used from her childhood to this sort of academic doubt of everything, conducted side by side with a practical acceptance of everything. Professor and Madame La Rue, in actual life devotedly faithful married lovers, staid, stout, habit-ridden elderly people, professed a theoretical belief in the flexibility of relationships sanctioned by the practice of free love. It was perhaps with this recollection in her mind that she suggested: "Don't you suppose it will be like the institution of marriage, very, very gradually altered till it fits conditions better? In the meantime, how about the cases of those who are unhappily married?" "I don't see anything for them but just to get along the best they can," she told him. "You think I'd better give up trying to do anything with my Colorado?" he asked her, as though genuinely seeking advice. "I should certainly think that 5 years was plenty long enough for a fair trial. You'd make a better ambassador than an active captain of industry anyhow," she said with conviction. Whereupon he bestowed on her a long, thoughtful stare as though he were profoundly pondering her suggestion. They moved forward towards the Grand Canal in silence. Privately, she was considering his case hardly one of extreme hardship. Privately, also, as they advanced nearer and nearer the spot where they had left Mrs. Marshall Smith. She was a little dreading the return to the perfect breeding with which Aunt Victoria did not ask, or intimate, or look, the question which was in her mind after each of these strolling tête-à-têtes which consistently led nowhere. There were instants when Sylvia would positively have preferred the vulgar openness of a direct question to which she might have answered, with the refreshing effect to her of a little honest blood letting. "Dear Aunt Victoria, I haven't the least idea myself what's happening. I'm simply letting myself go because I don't see anything else to do. I have even no very clear idea as to what is going on inside my own head. I only know that I like Austin Page so much, in spite of a certain quite unforgotten episode. There would be nothing at all unpleasant about marrying him. But I also know that I didn't feel the least interest in him until Hélène told me about his barrels of money. I also know that I feel the strongest aversion to returning to the Spartan life of La Chance. And it occurs to me that these two things may throw considerable light on my liking for Austin. As for what's in his mind, there is no subject on which I'm in blacker ignorance. And after being so tremendously fooled, in the case of Felix, about the degree of interest a man was feeling, I do not propose to take anything for granted which is not on the surface. It is quite possible that this singularly sincere and simple mannered man may not have the slightest intention of doing anything more than enjoy a pleasant vacation from certain rather hair-splitting cares which seem to trouble him from time to time. As they walked, side by side along the stagnant waters, she was sending inaudible messages of this sort towards her aunt. She had even selected the particular mauve speck at the top of the steps which might be Mrs. Marshall Smith. In the glowing yellow gold of the sky, a faintly whirring dark gray spot appeared. An airman made his way above the Grand Canal, passed above the Château, and disappeared. They had sat down on a bench, the better to crane their heads to watch him out of sight. Sylvia was penetrated with the strangeness of that apparition, in that spot, and thrilled out: "Isn't it wonderful! Isn't it wonderful! Here!" "There's something more wonderful," he said, indicating with his cane the canal before them, where a group of neat, poorly dressed, lower middle class people looked proudly out from their triumphal progress in the ugly, gasping little motor boat which operates at 25 centimes a trip. She had not walked and talked a month with him for nothing. She knew that he did not refer to motor boats as against aeroplanes. "You mean," she said appreciatively, "you mean those common people going freely around the Royal Canal where 200 years ago—" He nodded, pleased by her quickness. "200 years from now," he conjectured, "the stubs of my checkbook will be exhibited in an historical museum along with the regalia of the last hereditary monarch." Here she did not follow, and she was too intelligent to pretend she did. He lifted his eyebrows. "Relic of a quaint old social structure, inexplicably tolerated so late as the beginning of the 20th century." "Oh, coal mines forever!" she said, smiling, her eyes brilliant with friendly mockery. "Aye, toujours Part3," he admitted. He continued to look steadily and seriously into her smiling, sparkling face until, with a sudden pulse of premonition, she was stricken into a frightened gravity. And then, with no prelude, no approach, quite simply and directly, he spoke. "I wonder how much you care for me," he said musingly, as he had said everything else that afternoon; and as she positively paled at the eeriness of this echo from her own thought, he went on, his voice vibrating in the deep organ note of a great moment. "You must know, of course, by this time that I care everything possible for you." Compressed into an instant of acute feeling, Sylvia felt the pangs which had racked her as a little girl, when she had stood in the schoolyard with Camilla Fingal before her, and the terrifying hostile eyes about her. Her two selves rose up against each other, fiercely, murderously, as they had then. The little girl sprang forward to help the woman who for an instant hesitated. The fever and the struggle vanished as instantly as they had come. Sylvia felt very still, very hushed. Page had told her that she always rose to crucial moments. She rose to this one. "I don't know," she said as quietly as he, with as utter a bravery of bare sincerity. "I don't know how much I care for you, but I think it is a great deal." She rose upon a solemn wing of courage to a greater height of honesty. Her eyes were on his, as clear as his. The mere beauty of her face had gone like a lifted veil. For an instant he saw her as Sylvia herself did not dream she could be. "It is very hard," said Sylvia Marshall, with clear eyes and trembling lips of honest humility, "for a girl with no money to know how much she cares for a very rich man." She had never been able to imagine what she would say if the moment should come. She had certainly not intended to say this, but an unsuspected vein of granite in her rang an instant echo to his truth. She was bewildered to see his ardent gaze upon her deepen to reverence. He took her hand in his and kissed it. He tried to speak, but his voice broke. She was immensely moved to see him so moved. She was also entirely at a loss. How strangely different things always were from forecasts of them! They had suddenly taken the long expected stride away from their former relation, but she did not know where they had arrived. What was the new status between them? What did Austin think she meant? It came to her with a shock that the new status between them was, on the surface, exactly what it was in reality, that the avowed relation between them was, as far as it went, precisely in accord with the facts of the case. The utter strangeness of this in any human relationship filled her with astonishment, with awe, almost with uneasiness. It seemed unnatural not to have to pretend anything. Apparently it did not seem unnatural to the man beside her. "You are a very wonderful woman," he now said, his voice still but partly under his control. "I had not thought that you could exist." He took her hand again, and continued more steadily: "Will you let me, for a little while longer, go on living near you? Perhaps things may seem clearer to us both later." Sylvia was swept by a wave of gratitude as for some act of magnanimity. "You are the wonderful one!" she cried. Not since the day Hélène had told her who he was had she felt so whole, so sound, so clean as now. The word came rushing on the heels of the thought. "You make one feel so clean," she said, unaware that he could scarcely understand her, and then she smiled, passing with her free, natural grace from the memorable pause and the concentration of a great moment forward into the even stepping advance of life. "That first day, even then you made me feel clean. That soap! That cold, clean water! It is your aroma." Their walk along the silent water, over the great lawn, and up the steps was golden with the level rays of the sun setting back of them at the end of the canal, between the distant sentinel poplars. Their mood was as golden as the light. Sometimes they spoke, sometimes they were silent. Truth walked between them. Sylvia's mind, released from the tension of that great moment, began making its usual sweeping, circling explorations of its own depths. Not all that it found was of an equal good report. Once she thought fleetingly, "This is only a very, very pretty way of saying that it is all really settled. With his great wealth he is like a reigning monarch. Let him be as delicate-minded as he pleases when he indicates a wish." More than once, many, many times, Felix Morrison's compelling dark eyes looked at her penetratingly, but she resolutely turned away her head from them, and from the impulse to answer their reproach even with an indignant, well-founded reproach of her own. Again and again she felt a sweet strangeness in her new position. The aroma of utter sincerity was like the scent of a wild flower growing in the sun, spicy, free. She wondered at a heart like his, that could be at once ardent and subtle, that could desire so profoundly. The deep vibrations of that voice of yearning were in her ears still. And yet pause, and stand back, and wait, rather than force a hair's breadth of pretense. How he had liberated her! And once she found herself thinking, "I shall have sables myself, and diamonds, and a house as great as Molly's, and I shall learn how to entertain ambassadors, as she will never know." She was ashamed of this. She knew it to be shockingly out of key with the grand passage behind them. But she had thought it. And as these thoughts, and many more, passed through her mind, as she spoke with a quiet peace, or was silent, she was transfigured into a beauty almost startling, by the accident of the level golden beams of light back of her. Her aureole of bright hair glowed like a saint's halo. The curiously placed lights and unexpected shadows brought out new subtleties in the modeling of her face. Her lightened heart gleamed through her eyes like a lighted lamp. After a time the man fell into a complete silence, glancing at her frequently, as though staring away a priceless memory. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of The Bent Twig by Dorothy Canfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 35. A Milestone Passed, the Road Seems Clear. As the season heightened, the beautiful paneled walls of Mrs. Marshall Smith's salon were frequently the background for chance gatherings of extremely appropriate callers. They seemed a visible emanation of the room, so entirely did they represent what that sort of a room was meant to contain. They were not only beautifully but severely dressed, with few ornaments, and those few a result of the same concentrated search for the rare, which had brought together the few bibelots in the room, which had laid the single great dull Persian rug on the unobtrusively polished oaken floor, which had set in the high south windows the boxes of feathery green plants with delicate, star-like flowers. And it was not only in externals that these carefully brushed and combed people harmonized with the mellow beauty of their background. They sat or stood, moved about, took their tea, and talked with an extraordinary perfection of manner. There was not a voice there, save perhaps Austin Page's unstudied tones, which was not carefully modulated in a variety of rhythm and pitch which made each sentence a work of art. They used, for the most part, low tones and few gestures, but those well chosen. There was an earnest effort apparent to achieve true conversational give and take, and if one of the older men found himself yielding to the national passion for lengthy monologues on a favorite theme, or to the mediocre habit of anecdote, there was an instant closing in on him of carefully casual team-work on the part of the others, which soon reduced him to the tasteful short comment and answer which formed the framework of the afternoon's social activities. The topics of the conversation were as explicitly in harmony with the group ideal as the perfectly fitting gloves of the men or the smooth burnished waves of the women's hair. They talked of the last play at the Français, of the exhibitions then on view at the Petit Palais, of a new tenor in the choir of the Madeleine, of the condition of the automobile roads in the Loire country, of the restoration of the stained glass at Bourges. On such occasions, a good deal of Sylvia's attention being given to modulating her voice and holding her hands and managing her skirts as did the guests of the hour, she usually had an impression that the conversation was clever. Once or twice, looking back, she had been somewhat surprised to find that she could remember nothing of what had been said. It occurred to her fleetingly that of so much talk some word ought to stick in her usually retentive memory, but she gave the matter no more thought. She had also been aware, somewhat dimly, that Austin Page was more or less out of drawing in the carefully composed picture presented on those social afternoons. He had the inveterate habit of being at his ease under all circumstances, but she had felt that he took these great people with a really exaggerated lack of seriousness, answering their chat at random, and showing no chagrin when he was detected in the grossest ignorance about the latest move of the French Royalist party, or the probabilities as to the winner of the Grand Prix. She had seen in the corners of his mouth an inexplicable hidden imp of laughter as he gravely listened, cup in hand, to the remarks of the beautiful Mrs. William Winterton Perth about the inevitable promiscuity of democracy, and he continually displayed a tendency to gravitate into the background, away from the center of the stage where their deference for his name, fortune, and personality would have placed him. Sylvia's impression of him was far from being one of social brilliance, but rather of an almost wilful negligence. She quite grew used to seeing him, a tall, distinguished figure, sitting at ease in a far corner, and giving to the scene a pleasant, though not remarkably respectful, attention. On such an afternoon in January, the usual routine had been preserved. The last of the callers, carrying off Mrs. Marshall Smith with her, had taken an urbane, fair spoken departure. Sylvia turned back from the door of the salon, feeling a fine glow of conscious amenity, and found that Austin Page's mood differed notably from her own. He had lingered for a tête à tête, as was so frequently his habit, and now stood before the fire, his face all one sparkle of fun. "Don't they do it with true American fervor?" he remarked. "It would take a microscope to tell the difference between them and a well rehearsed society scene on the stage of the Français. That's their model, of course. It is positively touching to see old Colonel Patterson subduing his twang and shutting the lid down on his box of comic stories. I should think Mrs. Patterson might allow him at least that one about the cowboy and the tenderfoot who wanted to take a bath." The impression made on Sylvia had not in the least corresponded to this one, but with a cat-like twist of her flexible mind, she fell on her feet, took up his lead, and deftly produced the only suitable material she had at command. "They seem to talk well, about such interesting things, and yet I can never remember anything they say. It's odd." She sat down near the fireplace with a great air of pondering the strange phenomenon. "No, it isn't odd," he explained, dropping into the chair opposite her and stretching out his long legs to the blaze. "It's only people who do something who have anything to say. These folks don't do anything except get up and sit down the right way, and run their voices up and down the scale so that their great aunts would faint away to hear them. They haven't any energy left over. If some one would only write out suitable parts for them to memorize, the performance would be perfect." He threw back his head and laughed aloud, the sound ringing through the room. Sylvia had seldom seen him so light‐heartedly amused. He explained: "I haven't seen this sort of solemn genteel posturing for several years now, and I find it too delicious. To see the sweet, invincible American naïveté welling up in their intense satisfaction in being so sophisticated. Oh, the harmless dears!" He cried out upon them gaily, with the indulgence of an adult who looks on at children's play. Sylvia was a trifle breathless, seeing him disappear so rapidly down this unexpected path, but she was, for the moment, spared the effort to overtake him by the arrival of Tojiko with a tray of fresh mail. "Oh, letters from home!" Sylvia rejoiced, taking a bulky one and a thin one from the pile. "The fat one is from Father," she said, holding it up. "He is like me, terribly given to loquaciousness. We always write each other reams when we're apart. The little flat one is from Judith. She never can think of anything to say except that she is still alive and hopes I am, and that her esteem for me is undiminished. Dear Spartan Judy." "Do you know," said the man opposite her, "if I hadn't met you, I should have been tempted to believe that the institution of the family had disappeared. I never saw anything like you Marshalls. You positively seem to have a real regard for each other in spite of what Bernard Shaw says about the relations of blood kin. You even, incredible as it seems, appear to feel a mutual respect." "That's a very pretty compliment indeed," said Sylvia, smiling at him flashingly, "and I'm going to reward you by reading some of Judith's letter aloud. Letters do paint personalities so, don't they?" He settled himself to listen. "Oh, it won't take long," she reassured him laughingly. She read: "Dear Sylvie, your last letter about the palaces at Versailles was very interesting. Mother looked you up on the plan of the grounds in Father's old Baedeker. I'm glad to know you like Paris so much. Our chief operating surgeon says he thinks the opportunities at the School of Medicine in Paris are fully as good as in Vienna, and chances for individual diagnoses greater. Have you visited that yet?" Over the letter Sylvia raised a humorous eyebrow at Page, who smiled, appreciative of the point. She went on: "Lawrence is making me a visit of a few days. Isn't he a queer boy? I got Dr. Wilkinson to agree, as a great favor, to let Lawrence see a very interesting operation. Right in the middle of it, Lawrence fainted dead away and had to be carried out. But when he came to, he said he wouldn't have missed it for anything, and before he could really sit up, he was beginning a poem about 'the cruel mercy of the shining knives.'" Sylvia shook her head. "Isn't that Lawrence? Isn't that Judith?" Page agreed thoughtfully, their eyes meeting in a trustful intimacy. They themselves might have been bound together by a family tie, so wholly natural seemed their sociable sitting together over the fire. Sylvia thought with an instant's surprise, "Isn't it odd how close he has come to seem? As though I'd always known him, as though I could speak to him of anything. Nobody else ever seemed that way to me, nobody." She read on from the letter: "All of us at St. Mary's are feeling very sore about lawyers. Old Mr. Winthrop had left the hospital $15,000 in his will, and we'd been counting on that to make some changes in the operating room and the men's accident ward that are awfully needed. And now comes along a miserable lawyer who finds something the matter with the will, and everything goes to that worthless Charlie Winthrop, who'll probably blow it all in on one grand poker playing spree. It makes me tired. We can't begin to keep up with the latest X-ray developments without the new apparatus. And only the other day we lost a case, a man hurt in a railroad wreck, that I know we could have pulled through if we'd been better equipped. Well, hard luck! But I try to remember Mother's old uncle's motto, 'Whatever else you do, don't make a fuss.' Father has been off for a few days, speaking before alumni reunions. He looks very well. Mother has got her new fruit cellar fixed up, and it certainly is great. She's going to keep the carrots and parsnips there too. I've just heard that I'm going to graduate first in my class. Thought you might like to know. Have a good time, Sylvia, and don't let your imagination get away with you. Your loving sister, Judith." "Of all the perfect characterizations," murmured Page, as Sylvia finished, "I can actually see her and hear her." "Oh, there's nobody like Judith," agreed Sylvia, falling into a reverie, her eyes on the fire. The peaceful silence which ensued spoke vividly of the intimacy between them. After a time Sylvia glanced up and, finding her companion's eyes abstractedly fixed on the floor, she continued to look into his face. noting its fine, somewhat gaunt modeling, the level line of his brown eyebrows, the humor and kindness of his mouth. The winter twilight cast its first faint web of blue shadows into the room, the fire burned with a steady blaze. As minute after minute of this hushed, wordless calm continued, Sylvia was aware that something new was happening to her, that something in her stirred which had never before made its presence known. She felt very queer, a little startled, very much bewildered. What was that half thought, fluttering a dusky wing in the back of her mind? It came out into the twilight and she saw it for what it was. She had been wondering what she would feel if that silent figure opposite her should rise and take her in his arms. As she looked at that tender, humorous mouth, she had been wondering what she would feel to press her lips upon it. She was 23 years old, but so occupied with mental effort, and physical activity had been her life, that not till now had she known one of those half daring, half frightened excursions of the fancy which fill the hours of any full-blooded, idle girl of 18. It was a woman grown with a girl's freshness of impression, who knew that ravished, scared, exquisite moment of the first dim awakening of the senses. But because it was a woman grown with a woman's capacity for emotion, the moment had a solemnity, a significance, which no girl could have felt. This was no wandering, flitting, winged excursion. It was a grave step upon a path from which there was no turning back. Sylvia had passed a milestone, but she did not know this. She sat very still in her chair as the twilight deepened, only knowing that she could not take her eyes from those tender, humorous lips. That was the moment when, if the man had spoken, if he had but looked at her. But he was following out some thought of his own, and now rose, went to Mrs. Marshall Smith's fine, small desk, snapped on an electric light, and began to write. When he finished, he handed a bit of paper to Sylvia. "Do you suppose your sister would be willing to let me make up for the objectionable Charlie Winthrop's deficiencies?" he asked with a deprecatory air, as though he feared a refusal. Sylvia looked at the piece of paper. It was a check for $15,000. She held there in her hand 7 years of her father's life, as much money as they all had lived on from the years she was 16 until now. And this man had but to dip pen into ink to produce it. There was something stupefying about the thought to her. She no longer saw the humor and tenderness of his mouth. She looked up at him and thought, "What an immensely rich man he is!" She said to him, wonderingly, "You can't imagine how strange it is, like magic, not to be believed, to have money like that." His face clouded. He looked down uncertainly at his feet and away at the lighted electric bulb. "I thought it might please your sister," he said, and turned away. Sylvia was aghast to think that she had perhaps wounded him. He seemed to fear that he had flaunted his fortune in her face. He looked acutely uncomfortable. She found that, as she had thought, she could say anything to him, and say it easily. She went to him quickly and laid her hand on his arm. "It's splendid!" she said, looking deeply and frankly into his eyes. "Judith will be too rejoiced. It is like magic, and nobody but you could have done it so that the money seems the least part of the deed." He looked down at her, touched, moved, his eyes very tender, but sad as though with a divination of the barrier his fortune eternally raised between them. The door opened suddenly and Mrs. Marshall Smith came in quickly, not looking at them at all. From the pale agitation of her face they recoiled, startled and alarmed. She sat down abruptly, as though her knees had given way under her. Her gloved hands were perceptibly trembling in her lap. She looked straight at Sylvia and for an instant did not speak. If she had rushed in screaming wildly, her aspect to Sylvia's eyes would scarcely have been more eloquent of portentous news to come. It was a fitting introduction to what she now said to them in an unsteady voice. "I've just heard a dispatch from Jamaica. Something terrible has happened. The news came to the American Express office when I was there. It is awful. Molly Sommerville driving her car alone. An appalling accident to the steering gear, they think. Molly found dead under the car." End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of The Bent Twig by Dorothy Canfield. Recording is in the public domain. Chapter 36. The Road is Not So Clear. It shocked Sylvia that Molly's death would make so little difference. After one sober evening with the stunning words fresh before their eyes, the three friends quickly returned to their ordinary routine of life. It was not that they did not care, she reflected. She did care. She had cried and cried at the thought of that quivering, vital spirit broken by the inert, crushing mass of steel. She could not bring herself to think of the soft body, mangled, bloody. Austin cared too, she was sure of it. But when they had expressed their pity, what more could they do? The cable statement was so bald, they hardly could believe it. They failed altogether to realize what it meant. They had no details on which to base any commentary. She who had lived so intensely was dead. They were sorry for her. That was all. As an apology for their seeming callousness, they reiterated Aunt Victoria's dictum: "We can know nothing about it until Felix comes. Let us hold our minds in suspense until we know what to think." That Morrison would be in Paris soon, none of them doubted. Indeed, they united in insisting on the number of natural, oh, perfectly natural, reasons for his coming. He had always spent a part of every winter there, had in fact a tiny apartment on the Rue St. Honoré, which dated from his bachelor life. And now he had a double reason for coming, since much of Molly's fortune chanced to be in French bonds. Her father had been, among other things, American agent for the Comptoir National des Comptes, and he had taken advantage of his unusual opportunities for acquiring solid French and remunerative Algerian securities. Page had said at once that Morrison would need to go through a good many formalities under the French laws. So pending fuller information they did not discuss the tragedy. Their lives ran on, and Molly, dead, was in their minds almost as little as Molly, living but absent, had been. It was only 2 months before Felix Morrison arrived in Paris. They had expected him. They had spoken of the chance of his arrival on this or that day. Sylvia had rehearsed all the possible forms of self possession for their first meeting, but on the rainy February afternoon when she came in from representing Aunt Victoria at a reception and saw him sitting by the fire, her heart sank down and stopped for an instant, and when it went on beating, she could hear no sound but the drumming of her pulse. The back of his chair was towards her. All she could see as she stood for a moment in the doorway was his head, the thick, graying, dark hair, and one long fingered, sensitive, beautiful hand lying on the arm of the chair. At the sight, she felt in her own palm the soft firmness of those fingers as palpably as ever she had in reality. The instant's pause before Aunt Victoria saw her standing there gave her back her self control. When Mrs. Marshall Smith turned and gravely held out her hand, Sylvia came forward with a sober self possession. The man turned too, sprang up with an exclamation apparently of surprise. "Miss Marshall! You here?" and extended his hand. Sylvia, searching his face earnestly, found it so worn, saw in it such dark traces of suffering and sorrow, that the quick tears of sympathy stood in her eyes. Her dread of the meeting, a morbid dread that had in it an acknowledged element of horror, vanished. Before that moment she had seen only Molly's face as it had looked the day of their desperate talk, white and despairing, and resolutely bent over the steering wheel. She had not been able to imagine Felix' face at all, had instinctively put it out of her mind, but as she looked into it now, her fear of it disappeared. It was the fine, sensitive face of a fine, sensitive man who had known a great shock. What had she feared she would see there? He was still holding her hand, very much affected at seeing her, evidently still in a supersensitive condition when everything affected him strongly. "She loved you, she admired you so," he said, his wonderful voice wavering and uncertain. Sylvia's tears fell openly at this. She sat down on a low stool near her aunt's knees. "I can't believe it. I haven't been able to believe it," she told him. "Molly she was more alive than anybody I ever saw." "If you had seen her that morning," he told them both, "like a flame of vitality, almost frightening, so vivid. She waved good bye, and then that was not enough. She got out of the car and ran back up the hotel step to say good bye for just those few moments, and was off. Such youth in all her—" Sylvia cried out, "Oh, no, no, it's too dreadful!" She felt the horror sweep down on her again, but now it did not bear Felix's face among its baneful images. He stood there, shocked, stricken, but utterly bewildered, utterly ignorant. For the moment in her relief she had called his ignorance utter innocence. They did not see him again for many days, and when he came, very briefly, speaking of business technicalities which absorbed him, he was noticeably absent and careworn. He looked much older. The gray in his thick hair had increased. He looked very beautiful and austere to Sylvia. They exchanged no more than the salutations of arrival and farewell. Then, one day, as she and Aunt Victoria and Austin Page strolled down the long gallery of the Louvre, they came upon him, looking at the Ribera entombment. He joined them, walking with them through the Salon Carré and out to the Winged Victory, calling Sylvia's attention to the Botticelli frescoes beyond on the landing. "It's the first time I've been here," he told them, his only allusion to what lay back of him. "It is like coming back to true friends. Blessed be all true friends." He shook hands with them and went away down the great stairway, a splendid figure of dignity and grace. After this, he came once and again to the apartment of the Rue de Presbourg, generally, it would appear, to use the piano. He had none in his own tiny pied à terre, and he missed it. Sylvia immensely liked his continuing to cling for a time to the simple arrangements of his frugal bachelor days. He could now of course have bought 1,000 pianos. They understood how he would miss his music, and stole in quietly when, upon opening the door, Tojiko told them that Mr. Morrison had come in, and they heard from the salon his delicately firm touch on the keys. Sometimes they listened from their rooms, sometimes the two women took possession of the little octagonal room off the salon, all white paneling and gilt chairs, and listened there. Sometimes, as the weeks went on, and especially early spring began to envelop Paris in a haze of sunshine and budding leaves, they stepped out to listen on the wrought iron balcony which looked down the long shining vista of the tree framed avenue. For the most part he played Bach, grave, courageous, formal, great hearted music. Sometimes he went away with no more than a nod and a smile to them, but more and more, when he had finished, he came out where they were, and stood or sat to exchange brief impressions on the enchanting season, or on some social or aesthetic treat which ces dames had been enjoying. Austin Page was frequently with them, as in the earlier part of the winter, and it was finally he himself who one day took the step of asking Morrison if he would not go with them to the Louvre. No one could appreciate more than Miss Marshall what has always been such a delight to us all. They went, and not only once. That was the beginning of another phase, a period when, as he began to take up life again, he turned to his old friends to help him do it. He saw almost no one else, certainly no one else there, for he was sure to disappear upon the arrival of a caller, or the announcement of an expedition in which other people were included. But he returned again and again to the Louvre with them, his theory of galleries necessitating frequent visits. Nothing could be more idiotic, he held, than to try to see on one occasion all, or even half, or even a tenth part of a great collection of works of art. It is exactly as reasonable, he contended, as to read through on the same day every poem in a great anthology. Who could have anything but nausea for poetry after such a gorge? And they must hate pictures or else be literally blind to them, the people who look at 500 in a morning. If I had looked at every picture in the long gallery in one walk through it, I should thrust my cane through the Titian Francis first itself, when I came to the Salon Carré. So he took them to see only a few, 5 or 6, carefully selected things. There was one wonderful day when he showed them nothing but the Da Vinci Saint Anne and the Venus of Milos, comparing the dissimilar beauty of those two divine faces so vitally that Sylvia for days afterwards, when she closed her eyes and saw them, felt that she looked on two living women. She told them this, and "Which one do you see most?" he asked her. "Oh, the Saint Anne," she told him. He seemed dissatisfied, but she did not venture to ask him why. They lived in an atmosphere where omissions were vital. Sylvia often wondered in those days if there ever had been a situation so precariously balanced, which continued to hang poised and stable, minute after minute, hour after hour, day after day. There were moments when her head was swimming with moral dizziness. She wondered if such moments ever came to the two quiet, self‐controlled men who came and went, with cordial, easy friendliness, in and out of the apartment on the Rue de Presbourg. They gave no sign of it. They gave no sign of anything beyond the most achieved appearance of a natural desire to be obliging and indulgent to the niece of an old friend. This appearance was kept up with such unflagging perseverance that it almost seemed consciously concerted between them. They so elaborately avoided the slightest appearance of rivalry that their good taste, like a cloth thrown over an unknown object, inevitably excited curiosity as to what was concealed beneath it. And Sylvia was not to be outdone. She turned her own eyes away from it as sedulously as they. She never let a conscious thought dwell on it. And, like all other repressed and strangled currents of thought, it grew swollen and restive, filling her subconsciousness with monstrous, unformulated speculations. She was extremely absorbed in the luxury, the amenity, the smooth working perfection of the life about her. She consciously concentrated all her faculties on her prodigious opportunity for aesthetic growth, for appreciation of the fine and marvelous things about her. She let go the last scruple which had held her back from accepting from Aunt Victoria the shower of beautiful things to wear which that connoisseur in wearing apparel delighted to bestow upon an object so deserving. She gave a brilliant outward effect of enjoying life as it came, which was as impersonal as that of the two men who looked at her so frequently, and this effect went as deep as her will power had command. But beneath, unacknowledged waves beating on the shore of her life, and roughly, irresistibly, rudely fashioning it, rolled a groundswell of imperious questionings. Was Felix' perfect manner of impersonal interest solely due to the delicacy of his situation? Did he feel now that he was as rich as Austin? But, on the other hand, why did he come now and put himself in a situation which required the utmost efforts for unconsciousness on everybody's part, if not because Austin's being there had meant he dared not wait? And Austin's change of manner since the arrival of the other man, the film of ceremony which had slid imperceptibly over the tender friendliness of his manner, did that mean that he would not take advantage of Morrison's temporarily tied hands, but, with a scrupulousness all his own, would wait until the race was even and they stood foot to foot on the same level? Or Had he noticed at once with those formidably clear eyes of his some shade of her manner to Felix which he had not been able to command, and was he waiting for some move from her? And how could she move until she had some sign from Felix, and how could he give a sign? There was nothing to do but to wait, to hope that the thin ice which now bent perilously under the pleasant ceremonies of their life in common, would hold them until even the wildest upleaping wave of that tossing tide never went beyond the blank wall which came after the until. There were other moments when all that surge swung back and forth to the rhythm of the poisoned recollection of her unacknowledged humiliation in Lydford, when, inflamed with determination to avoid another such blow in the face, Sylvia almost consciously asked herself, self-contemptuously, "Who am I, an obscure, poverty-stricken music teacher out of the West, to fancy that I have but to choose between two such men, two such fortunes?" But against this counted strongly the constantly recurring revelations of the obscure pasts of many of the women whom she met during those days, women who were now shining, acknowledged firsts in the procession of success. The serene, stately, much admired Princesse de Chevrille had been a Miss Sommers from Cleveland, Ohio, and she had come to Paris first as a governess. The beautiful Mrs. William Winterton Perth, now Aunt Victoria's favorite friend, who entertained lesser royalty and greater men of letters with equal quiet dignity, had, in her youth, so she chanced casually one day to mention, known what it was to be thrifty about car fares. There was nothing intrinsically impossible in any of the glittering vistas down which Sylvia's quick eye cast involuntary glances. But inevitably, when the heaving dark tide rose as high as this, there came a swift and deadly ebbing away of it all, and into Sylvia's consciousness, always it seemed to her with the most entire irrelevance, there flared up the picture of Molly as she had seen her last, shimmering like a jewel in her white veil, then the other picture, the overturned car, the golden head bruised and bloody and forever stilled, and always, always beyond that, the gaunt, monstrous possibility, too awful ever to be put into words, too impossible for credence. From that shapeless, looming black mass, Sylvia fled away actually and physically, springing to her feet wherever she was, entering another room, taking up some other occupation. Just once she had the faintest sign from beyond the wall that she was not alone in her fear of this horror. She was sitting near Austin Page at a tea, one of the frequent, small, richly chosen assemblages which Mrs. Marshall Smith gathered about her. Part of the ensuing chatter on one of these occasions turned, as modern chatter frequently does, on automobiles. The husband of Mrs. William Winterton Perth was an expert on such matters, having for some years diverted by an interest in mechanics the immense enforced leisure of a transplanted male American. He was talking incessantly that day of the wonderful improvement in steering mechanism the last few years had brought about. "I tell you what, Miss Marshall," he insisted, as though she had disputed the point with him, "I tell you what, there used to be some excuse for piling your car up by the side of the road, but nowadays any one who doesn't keep in the road and right side up must be just plain looking for a chance to use his car like a dose of cold poison." For a moment Sylvia could not conceive why she felt so sickening a thrust at her heart. She turned her eyes from the speaker. They fell on a man's hand, on the arm of the chair next to hers. It was Austin's hand, and it was shaking uncontrollably. As she gazed at it, fascinated, he thrust it deep into his pocket. She did not look at him. In a moment he rose and crossed the room. The husband of Mrs. William Winterton Perth asked for another petit four, confessing his fondness for chocolate éclairs, and embarked upon demountable rims. End of Chapter 36. Chapter 37 of The Bent Twig by Dorothy Canfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 37. Quote, His wife and children perceiving it, began to cry after him to return, but the man put his fingers in his ears and ran on, crying, "Life, life eternal!" Unquote. They had been in the Louvre, had spent an hour with Felix in that glowing embodiment of the pomp and majesty of human flesh known as the Rubens Medici Room, and now for the sheer pleasure of it had decided to walk home. Mrs. Marshall Smith, endowed with a figure which showed as yet no need for exercise, and having passed youth's restless liking for it, had vetoed the plan as far as she went, and entering her waiting car, had been borne smoothly off, an opulent Juno without her peacocks. The three who were left lingered for a moment in the quiet sunny square of the Louvre, looking up at the statue of Lafayette, around at the blossoming early shrubs. Sylvia was still under the spell of the riotous, full‐blown splendor of the paintings she had seen. Wherever she looked, she saw again the rainbow brilliance of those glossy satins, that rippling, flooding, golden hair, those ample, heaving bosoms, those liquid, gleaming eyes, the soft abundance of that white and ruddy flesh, with the patina of time like a golden haze over it. The spectacle had been magnificent, and the scene they now entered was a worthy successor to it. They walked down through the garden of the Tuileries, and emerged upon the Place de la Concorde at 5 o'clock of a perfect April afternoon, when the great square hummed and sang with the gleaming traffic of luxury. Countless automobiles, like glistening beetles, darted about, each one with its load of carefully dressed and coiffed women, looking out on the weaving glitter of the street with the proprietary, complacent stare of those who feel themselves in the midst of a civilization with which they are in perfect accord. Up the avenue beyond streamed an incessant parade of more costly cars, more carriages, shining, caparisoned horses, every outfit sumptuous to its last detail, every one different from all the others, and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them, till, in the distance, they dwindled to a black stream dominated by the upward sweep of the Arc de Triomphe, magnified to fabulous proportions by the filmy haze of the spring day. To their left flowed the Seine, blue and flashing. A little breeze stirred the new leaves on the innumerable trees. Sylvia stopped for an instant to take in the marvel of this pageant, enacted every day of every season against that magnificent background. She made a gesture to call her companion's attention to it. "Isn't it in the key of Rubens? Bloom, radiance, life expansive?" "And Chabrier should set it to music," said Morrison. "What does it make you think of?" she asked. "It makes me think of a beautiful young Greek in a purple chiton, with a wreath of roses in his hair." "It makes me think of a beautiful young woman, all fire and spirit and fineness, who drinks life like a perfumed wine," said Morrison, his eyes on hers. She felt a little shiver of frightened pleasure, and turned to Page to carry it off. "What does it make you think of?" she asked. "It makes me think," he answered her at once, his eyes on the haze caught like a dream in the tender green of the budding trees. "It makes me think of a half naked, sweating man far underground in black night striking at a rock with a pick." If he had burst into loud profanity, the effect could not have been more shocking. "Oh!" said Sylvia, vexed and put out. She began to walk forward. Morrison, in his turn, gave an exclamation which seemed the vent of long stored exasperation, and said with heat, "Look here, Page, you're getting to be a perfect monomaniac on the subject. What earthly good does it do your man with a pick to ruin a fine moment by lugging him in?" They were all advancing up the avenue now, Sylvia between the two men. They talked at each other across her. She listened intently, with the feeling that Morrison was voicing for her the question she had been all her life wishing once for all to let fly at her parents' standards. What good did it do anybody to go without things you might have? Conditions were too vast for one person to influence. "No earthly good," said Page peaceably. "I didn't say it did him any good. Miss Marshall asked me what all this made me think of, and I told her." "It is simply becoming an obsession with you," urged Morrison. Sylvia remembered what Page had said about his irritation years ago when Austin had withdrawn from the Collector's field. "Yes, it's becoming an obsession with me," agreed Page thoughtfully. He spoke as he always did, with the simplest manner of direct sincerity. "You ought to make an effort against it. Really, my dear fellow, it's simply spoiling your life for you." "Worse than that, it's making me bad company," said Page whimsically. "I either ought to reform or get out." Morrison set his enemy squarely before him and proceeded to do battle. "I believe I know just what's in your mind, Page. I've been watching it grow in you ever since you gave up Majolica." "I never claimed that was anything but the blindest of impulses," protested Page mildly. "But it wasn't. I knew. It was a sign you had been infected by the spirit of the times and had caught it so hard that it would be likely to make an end of you. It's all right for the collective mind. That's dense, obtuse. It resists enough to keep its balance. But it's not all right for you. Now you just let me talk for a few minutes, will you? I've an accumulated lot to say. We are all of us living through the end of an epoch, just as much as the people of the old regime lived through the last of an epoch in the years before the French Revolution. I don't believe it's going to come with guillotines or any of those picturesque trimmings. We don't do things that way any more. In my opinion, it will come gradually, and finally arrive about 2 or 3 generations from now. And it oughtn't to come any sooner. Sudden changes never save time. They're always the reaction to be gotten over with, if they're sudden. Gradual growths are what last. Now anybody who knows about the changes of society knows that there's little enough any one person can do to hasten them or to put them off. They're actuated by a law of their own, like the law which makes typhoid fever come to a crisis in 7 days. Now then, if you admit that the process ought not to be hastened, and in the second place, that you couldn't hasten it if you tried, what earthly use is there in bothering your head about it? There are lots of people, countless people, made expressly to do whatever is necessary, blunt chisels fit for nothing but shaping grindstones. Let them do it. You'll only get in their way if you try to interfere. It's not your job. For the few people capable of it, there is nothing more necessary to do for the world than to show how splendid and orderly and harmonious a thing life can be. While the blunt chisels hack out the redemption of the overworked, and Heaven knows I don't deny their existence, let those who can, preserve the almost lost art of living, so that when the millennium comes, you see I don't deny that this time it's on the way, it won't find humanity solely made up of newly freed serfs who don't know what use to make of their liberty. How is beauty to be preserved by those who know and love and serve her, and how can they guard beauty if they insist on going down to help clean out the sewers? Miss Marshall, don't you see how I am right? Don't you see no one can do more for the common weal than just to live, as finely, as beautifully, as intelligently as possible? And people who are capable of this noblest service to the world only waste themselves and serve nobody if they try to do the work of dray horses." Sylvia had found this wonderfully eloquent and convincing. She now broke in. "When I was a young girl in college, I used to have a pretentious, jejune sort of idea that what I wanted out of life was to find Athens and live in it. And your idea sounds like that. The best Athens, you know, not sensuous and selfish, but full of lovely and leisurely sensations and fine thoughts and great emotions." "It wasn't pretentious and jejune at all," said Morrison warmly, "but simply the most perfect metaphor of what must have been. Of course, I can see it from here, the instinctive, sane effort of a nature like yours. Let's all try to live in Athens, so that there will be some one there to welcome in humanity." Page volunteered his first contribution to the talk. "Oh, I wouldn't mind a bit, if I thought we were really doing what Morrison thinks is our excuse for living, creating fine and beautiful lives and keeping alive the tradition of beauty and fineness. But our lives aren't beautiful, they're only easeful. They're not fine, they're only well upholstered. You've got to have fitly squared and substantial foundations before you can build enduring beauty. And all this," he waved his hand around him at the resplendent modern city, "this isn't Athens. It's Corinth, if you want to go on being classic. As near as I can make out from what Sylvia lets fall, the nearest approach to Athenian life that I ever heard of was the life she left behind her, her parents' life. That has all the elements of the best Athenian color, except physical ease. And ease is no Athenian quality. It's Persian. Socrates was a stone cutter, you know. And even in the real Athens, even that best Athens, the one in Plato's mind, there was a whole class given over to doing the dirty work for the others." "That never seemed to bother Plato. Happy Plato! But I'm sure I don't pretend to say if it ultimately means more or less greatness for the human race. But somehow, since Christianity, people find it harder and harder to get back to Plato's serenity on that point. I'm not arguing the case against men like you, Morrison, except that there's only one of you. You've always seemed to me more like Plato than anybody alive, and I've regarded you as the most enviable personality going. I'd emulate you in a minute, if I could. But if mine is a case of mania, it's a genuine case. I'm sane on everything else, but when it comes to that, it's being money that I don't earn. But they, those men off there underground, do earn, and are forced to give to me. When it comes to that, I'm as fixed in my opinion as the man who thought he was a hard-boiled egg. I don't blame you for being out of patience with me. As you say, I only spoil fine minutes by thinking of it, and as you charitably refrain from saying, I spoil other people's fine moments by speaking of it." "What would you have us do?" Morrison challenged him. "All turn in and clean sewers for a living? And wouldn't it be a lovely world if we did?" Page did not answer for a moment. "I wonder," he finally suggested mildly, "if it were all divided up, the dirty work, and each of us did our share." "Oh, impractical, impractical! Wholly a back eddy in the forward moving current. You can't go back of a world wide movement. Things are too complicated now for everybody to do his share of anything. It's as reasonable as to suggest that everybody do his share of watchmaking or fancy juggling, every man to his trade. And if the man who makes watches, or cleans sewers, or even mines coal (you're a special sore spot) does his work well, and is suited to it in temperament, who knows that he does not find it a satisfaction as complete as mine in telling a bit of genuine Palissy ware from an imitation. You, for instance, you'd make a pretty coal miner, wouldn't you? You're about as suited to it as Miss Marshall here for being a college settlement worker." Sylvia broke out into an exclamation of wonder. "Oh, how you do put your finger on the spot! If you knew how I've struggled to justify myself for not going into social work of some kind. Every girl nowadays who doesn't marry at 20 is slated for social betterment, whether she has the least capacity for it or not. Public opinion pushes us into it as mediaeval girls were shoved into convents, because it doesn't know what else to do with us. It's all right for Judith. It's fine for her. She's made for it. I envy her. I always have. But me! I never could bear the idea of interfering in people's lives to tell them what to do about their children and their husbands just because they were poor. It always seemed to me it was bad enough to be poor without having other people with a little more money messing around in your life. I'm different from that kind of people. If I'm sincere, I can't pretend I'm not different. And I'm not a bit sure I know what's any better for them to do than what they're doing." She had spoken impetuously, hotly, addressing not the men beside her, but a specter of her past life. "How true that is! How unerring the instinct which feels it!" said Morrison appreciatively. Page looked at Sylvia quickly, his clear eyes very tender. "Yes, yes, it's her very own life that Sylvia needs to live," he said in unexpected concurrence of opinion. Sylvia felt that the honors of the discussion so far were certainly with Felix, and Austin seemed oddly little concerned by this. He made no further effort to retrieve his cause, but fell into a silence which seemed rather preoccupied than defeated. They were close to the Arc de Triomphe now. A brilliant sunset was firing a salvo of scarlet and gold behind it, and they stood for a moment to admire. "Oh, Paris, Paris," murmured Morrison. "Paris in April. There's only one thing better, and that we have before us. Paris in May." They turned in past the loge of the concierge, and mounted in the languidly moving elevator to the appartement. Felix went at once to the piano and began playing something Sylvia did not recognize, something brilliantly colored, vivid, resonant, sonorous, perhaps Chabrier, she thought, remembering his remark on the Avenue. Without taking off her hat, she stepped to her favorite post of observation, the balcony, and sat down in the twilight with a sigh of exquisitely complete satisfaction, facing the sunset, the great arch lifting his huge, harmonious bulk up out of the dim, encircling trees, the resplendent long stretch of the lighted boulevard. The music seemed to rise up from the scene like its natural aroma. Austin Page came out after her and leaned silently on the railing, looking over the city. Morrison finished the Chabrier and began on something else before the two on the balcony spoke. Sylvia was asking no questions of fate or the future, accepting the present with wilful blindness to its impermanence. Austin said, "I have been trying to say good bye all afternoon. I am going back to America tomorrow." Sylvia was so startled and shocked that she could not believe her ears. Her heart beat hard. To an incoherent, stammered inquiry of hers, he answered, "It's my Colorado property. Always that. It spoils everything. I must go back, and make a decision that's needed there. I've been trying to tell you, but I can't. Every time I have tried, I have not dared. If I told you, and you should beckon me back, I should not be strong enough to go on. I could not leave you, Sylvia, if you lifted your hand. And that would be the end of the best of us both." He had turned and faced her, his hands back of him, gripping the railing. The deep vibrations of his voice transported her to that never forgotten moment at Versailles. He went on, "When it is when the decision is made, I'll write you. I'll write you, and then I shall wait to hear your answer." From inside the room, Felix poured a dashing spray of diamond-like trills upon them. She murmured something, she did not know what, her breathing oppressed by her emotion. "Won't you? Shan't we see you here?" She put her hand to her side, feeling an almost intolerable pain. He moved near her, and, to bring himself to her level, knelt down on one knee, putting his elbows on the arm of her chair. The dusk had fallen so thickly that she had not seen his face before. She now saw that his lips were quivering, that he was shaking from head to foot. "It will be for you to say, Sylvia," his voice was rough and harsh with feeling, "whether you see me again." He took her hands in his, and covered them with kisses. No grave tokens of reverence these, as on the day at Versailles, but human, hungry, yearning kisses that burned. And then he was gone. Sylvia was there alone in the enchanted twilight, the triumphal arch before her, the swept and garnished and spangled city beneath her. She lifted her hand and saw that he had left on it not only kisses, but tears. If he had been there then, she would have thrown herself into his arms. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of The Bent Twig by Dorothy Canfield. Recording is in the public domain. Chapter 38. Sylvia Comes to the Wicket Gate. 3 weeks passed before his letter came. The slow, thrilling crescendo of May had lifted the heart up to a devout certainty of June. The leaves were fully out, casting a light, new shadow on the sprinkled streets. Every woman was in a bright colored, thin summer dress, and every young woman looked alluring. The young men wore their hats tilted to one side, swung jaunty canes as they walked, and peered hopefully under the brim of every flowered, feminine headdress. The days were like golden horns of plenty, spilling out sunshine, wandering, perfumed airs, and the heart-quickening aroma of the new season. The nights were cool and starry. Every one in Paris spent as much as possible of every hour out of doors. The pale blue sky flecked with creamy clouds seemed the dome, and the city the many-colored pavement of some vast building, so grandly spacious that the sauntering, leisurely crowds thronging the thoroughfares seemed no crowds at all, but only denoted a delightful sociability. All the spring vegetables were at their crispest, most melting perfection, and the cherries from Anjou were like miniature apples of Hesperus. Up and down the smaller streets went white-capped little old women with baskets on their arms covered with snowy linen, and they chanted musically on the first 3 notes of the scale, so that the sunny vault above them resounded to the cry, "De la crème, fromage à la crème." The three Americans had enchanted expeditions to Chantilly, to Versailles again, called back from the past and the dead by the miracle of spring, to more distant, formidable Coucy, grimly looking out over the smiling country at its foot, to Fontainebleau, even a 2 days' dash into Touraine, to Blois, Amboise, Loches, jewels set in the green enamels of May. And all the time, Sylvia's attempt to take the present and to let the future bring what it would was pitched, perforce, in a higher and higher key, took a more violent effort to achieve. She fell deeper than ever under Morrison's spell, and yet the lack of Austin was like an ache to her. She had said to herself, "I will not let myself think of him until his letter comes." And she woke up in the night suddenly, seeing the fire and tenderness and yearning of his eyes, and stretching out her arms to him before she was awake. And yet she had never tried so hard to divine every shade of Morrison's fastidiousness, and had never felt so supreme a satisfaction in knowing that she did. There were strange brief moments in her life now, when out of the warring complexity in her heart there rose the simple longing of a little girl to go to her mother, to feel those strong, unfailing arms about her. She began to guess, dimly, without thinking about it at all, that her mother knew some secret of life, of balance, that she did not. And yet if her mother were at hand, she knew she could never explain to her, how could she, when she did not know herself, what she was living through, how long she had waited the moment when she would know. One day towards the end of May, Morrison had come in for lunch, a delicately chosen, deceptively simple meal for which Yoshida had outdone himself. There had been a savory mixture of sweetbreads and mushrooms in a smooth, rich, creamy sauce, green peas that had been on the vines at 3 o'clock that morning, and which still had the aroma of life in their delectable little balls, sparkling summer, butter with the fragrance of dew and clover in it, crisp, crusty rolls, artichokes in oil, such a meal as no money can buy anywhere but in Paris in the spring, such a simple, simple meal as takes a great deal of money to buy, even in Paris. "It is an art to eat like this," said Morrison, more than half seriously, after he had taken the first mouthful of the golden souffle which ended the meal. "What a May we have had! I have been thinking so often of Talleyrand's saying that no one who had not lived before the French Revolution, under the old regime, could know how sweet life could be. And I've been thinking that we may live to say that about the end of this regime. Such perfect golden hours as it has for those who are able to seize them. It is a debt we own the spirit of things to be grateful and to appreciate our opportunity." "As far as the luncheon goes, it's rather a joke, isn't it," said his hostess, "that it should be an Oriental cook who has so caught the true Gallic accent? I'll tell Tojiko to tell Yoshito that his efforts weren't lost on you. He adores cooking for you. No, you speak about it yourself. Here comes Tojiko with the mail." She reached for the Herald with one hand, and with the other gave Sylvia a letter with the American postmark. "Oh, Tojiko," said Morrison with the familiarity of an habitué of the house, "will you tell your brother for me that I never tasted anything like his—" Mrs. Marshall Smith broke in with an exclamation of extreme astonishment. "Oh, what do you think! Sylvia, did you know anything about this? Of all the crazy— Why, what under the sun! I always knew there was a vein of the fanatic. Any man who won't smoke! You may be sure there's something unbalanced." She now turned the paper as she spoke, and held it so that the headlines leaped out across the table: "Millionaire Coal Operator Turns Vast Holdings Over to the State." "Son of old Peter Page Converted to Socialism." "What!" cried Morrison. Even in the blankness of her stupefaction, Sylvia was aware of a rising note in his voice that was by no means dismay. "Yes," continued Mrs. Marshall Smith, reading rapidly and disconnectedly from the paper, beginning an item and dropping it as she saw it was not the one she was searching for. "Mr. Page is said to have contemplated some such step for a not that. Well-known collector of ceramics, Metropolitan Museum, member of the Racket, the Yacht, the Century, the Yale, 32, mother Miss Alida Sommerville of Baltimore, formerly a great beauty. Here it is." She stopped skimming and read consecutively. "Mr. Page's plan has been worked out in all detail with experts. A highly paid, self-perpetuating commission of labor experts, sociologists, and men of practical experience in coal operating has been appointed to administer Mr. Page's extremely extensive holdings. The profits form a fund which, under the stipulations of Mr. Page's agreement with the State, is to be used to finance a program of advanced social activities, to furnish money for mothers' pensions, even perhaps for fathers' pensions in the case of families too numerous to be adequately cared for on workingmen's wages, to change the public school system of the locality into open-air schools with spacious grounds for manual activities of all kinds, greatly to raise wages, to lengthen the period of schooling before children go into remunerative occupations." Mrs. Marshall Smith looked up, said, "Oh, you know the kind of thing such people are always talking about," and began to skip again. "Extensive plans for garden cities, public libraries, books of the business to be open to employees, educational future, no philanthropy, and so forth, and so forth." She glanced hurriedly down the page, caught the beginning of another sentence, and read: "The news has created an immense sensation all over the country. It is prophesied that Mr. Page's unexpected action will throw the coal business into great confusion. Other operators will find it extremely difficult to go on with the old conditions. Already it is rumored that the Chilton Coal and Coke Company—" "Well, I should think so indeed!" cried Morrison emphatically, breaking in. "With modern industrial conditions hung on a hair trigger as they are, it's as though a boy had exploded a firecracker in the works of a watch. That means his whole fortune gone. Old Peter put everything into coal. Austin will not have a cent. Nothing but those Vermont scrub forests of his. What a mad thing to do! But it's been growing on him for a long time. I've felt it." Sylvia gave a dazed, mechanical look at the letter she held, and recognized the handwriting. She turned very white. Aunt Victoria said instantly, "I see you have a letter to read, my dear, and I want Felix to play that D&D interlude for me and explain it. Bauer is going to play it tonight for the Princess de Chevrille. We'll bother you with our chatter. Don't you want to take it to your room to read?" Sylvia stood up, holding the unopened letter in her hand. She looked about her a little wildly, and said, "Oh, no, no, I think I'd rather be out of doors. I'll go out on the balcony." "It's raining," said Mrs. Marshall Smith. "No, not yet," said Morrison, making a great effort to speak in an ordinary tone. "It's only going to." He sat down at the piano. Sylvia passed him and went out to the balcony. She opened the letter and read it through very carefully. It was a long one, and this took some time. She did not hear a note of the music which poured its plaintive, eerie cadences around her. When she had finished the letter, she instantly started to read it again, with the sensation that she had not yet begun to understand it. She was now deeply flushed. She continually put back a floating strand of hair which recurrently fell across her forehead and cheek. After a time, Mrs. Marshall Smith said from the open door, "Felix and I are going to Madeleine Perth's. Would you rather stay here?" Sylvia nodded without looking up. She sat motionless, looking at the letter long after she had finished it. An hour passed thus. Then she was aware that it was beginning to rain. The drops falling on the open letter dissolved the ink into blurred smears. She sprang up hastily and went into the salon, where she stood irresolute for a moment, and then, without calling Hélène, went to her room and dressed for the street. She moved very quickly as though there were some need for extreme haste, and when she stepped into the street she fell at once automatically into the swinging step of the practised walker who sees long miles before him. Half an hour later she was looking up at the façade of Notre Dame through the rain, and seeing there these words, "I shall be waiting at Austin Farm to hear if you are at all able to sympathize with me in what I have done. The memory of our last words together may help you to imagine with what anxiety I shall be waiting." She pushed open the greasy, shining leather door, passed into the interior, and stood for a moment in the incense laden gloom of the nave. A mass was being said. The rapidly murmured Latin words came to her in a dim drone, in which she heard quite clearly, quite distinctly, "There is another kind of beauty I faintly glimpse, that isn't just sweet smells and lovely sights and harmonious lines. It's the beauty that can't endure disharmony in conduct, the fine, true ear for the loveliness of life lived at its best. Sylvia, finest, truest Sylvia, it's what you could, if you would, you more than any other woman in the world, if we were together to try." Sylvia sank to her knees on a prie-dieu and hid her face in her hands, trying to shut out the words, and yet listening to them so intently that her breath was suspended. What Morrison said is true, for him, since he feels it to be true. No man can judge for another. But other things are true too, things that concern me. It's true that an honest man cannot accept an ease founded, even remotely, on the misery of others. And my life has been just that. I don't know what success I shall have with the life that's beginning, but I know at least it will begin straight. There seems a chance for real shapeliness if the foundations are all honest, doesn't there? Oh, Sylvia! Oh, my dearest love! If I could think you would begin it with me! Sylvia! Sylvia!" The girl sprang up and went hastily out of the church. The nun kneeling at the door, holding out the silent prayer for alms for the poor, looked up in her face as she passed, and then after her with calm, understanding eyes. Kneeling there, day after day, she had seen many another young, troubled soul fleeing from its own thoughts. Sylvia crossed the parvis of Notre Dame, glistening wet, and passed over the gray Seine, slate under the gray mist of the rain. Under her feet the impalpable dust of a city turned to gray slime which clung to her shoes. She walked on through a narrow, mean street of mediaeval aspect, where rag pickers, drearily oblivious of the rain, quarreled weakly over their filthy piles of trash. She looked at them in astonishment, in dismay, in horror. Since leaving La Chance, save for that one glimpse over the edge back in the Vermont mountains, she had been so consistently surrounded by the padded satin of possessions, that she had forgotten how actual poverty looked. In fact, she had never had more than the briefest fleeting glances at it. This was so extravagant, so extreme, that it seemed impossible to her. And yet, she looked fleetingly into those pale, dingy, underfed, repulsive faces, and wondered if coal miners' families looked like that. But she said aloud at once, almost as though she had crooked an arm to shield herself, "But he said he did not want me to answer at once. He said he wanted me to take time. To take time! To take time!" She hastened her steps to this refrain, until she was almost running, and emerged upon the broad, well kept expanse of the Boulevard Saint Germain with a long drawn breath of relief. Ahead of her to the right, the Rue Saint Jacques climbed the hill to the Pantheon. She took it because it was broad and clean and differed from the musty darkness from which she had come out. She fled up the steep grade with a swift, light step as though she were on a country walk. She might indeed have been upon some flat road near La Chance for all she saw of the buildings, the people around her. How like Austin's fine courage that was, his saying that he did not want her to decide in haste, but to take time to know what she was doing. What other man would not have stayed to urge her, to hurry her, to impose his will on hers, masterfully to use his personality to confuse her, to carry her off? For an instant, through all her wretched bewilderment, she thrilled to a high impersonal appreciation of his saying: "If I had stayed with you, I should have tried to take you by force. But you are too fine for that, Sylvia. What you could be to the man you loved if you went to him freely, that is too splendid to risk losing. I want all of you, heart, soul, mind, or nothing." Sylvia looked up through this clear white light to Austin's yearning eyes, and back through the ages with a wondering pity at the dark figure of Jerry Fiske, emerging from his cave. She had come a long way since then. And then all this, everything fine, everything generous, ebbed away from her with deadly swiftness, and in a cold disgust with herself, she knew that she had been repeating over and over Morrison's "Austin will not have a cent left. Nothing but those Vermont scrub forests." So that was the kind of a woman she was. Well, if that was the kind of woman she was, let her live her life accordingly. She was sick with indecision as she fled onward through the rain. Few pedestrians were abroad in the rain, and those who were, sheltered themselves slantwise with their umbrellas against the wind, and scudded with the storm. Sylvia had an umbrella, but she did not open it. She held her face up once to feel the rain on it, and this reminded her of home, and long rainy walks with her father. She winced at this, and put him hastily out of her mind. And she had been unconsciously wishing to see her mother. At the very recollection of her mother she lengthened her stride. There was another thought to run away from. She swung around the corner near the Pantheon and rapidly approached the door of the great library of Sainte Geneviève. A thin, draggled, middle aged woman student, entering hastily, slipped on the wet stones and knocked from under his arm the leather portfolio of a thin, draggled, middle-aged man who was just coming out. The woman did not stop to help repair the damage she had done, but hastened desperately on into the shelter of the building. Sylvia's eyes, absent as they were caught and held by the strange, blank look of the man, who stood motionless, his shabby hat knocked to one side of his thin gray hair, his curiously filmed eyes fixed stupidly on the litter of papers scattered at his feet. The rain was beginning to convert them into sodden pulp, but he did not stir. The idea occurred to Sylvia that he might be ill, and she advanced to help him. As he saw her stoop to pick them up, he said in French, in a toneless voice, very indifferently, "Don't give yourself the trouble. They are of no value. I carry them only to make the library attendants think I am a bona fide reader. I go there to sleep because I have no other roof." His French was entirely fluent, but the accent was American. Sylvia looked up at him, surprised. He returned her gaze dully, and without another look at the papers, scuffled off through the rain, across the street towards the Pantheon. His boots were lamentable. Sylvia had an instantly vanishing memory of a pool of quiet sunshine, of a ripely beautiful woman and a radiant young man. Before she knew she was speaking, an impulsive cry had burst from her. "Why, Professor Saunders! Professor Saunders! Don't you know me? I am Sylvia Marshall!" End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of The Bent Twig by Dorothy Canfield. Recording is in the public domain. CHAPTER XXXIX. Sylvia drifts with the majority. "No, they don't let you sit down in here if you're as shabby as I am," said the man, continuing his slow, feeble, shuffling progress. "They know you're only a vagrant, here to get out of the rain. They won't even let you stand still long." Sylvia had not been inside the Pantheon before, had never been inside a building with so great a dome. They stood under it now. She sent her glance up to its vast, dim, noble heights, and brought it down to the saturnine, unsavory wreck at her side. She was regretting the impulse which had made her call out to him. What could she say to him now they were together? What word, what breath could be gentle enough, light enough, not to be poison in that open sore? On his part, he seemed entirely unconcerned about the impression he made on her. His eyes, his sick, filmed eyes, looked at her with no shrinking, with no bravado, with an entire indifference which gave, through all the desolation of his appearance, the strangest, careless dignity to the man. He did not care what she thought of him. He did not care what any one thought of him. He gave the impression of a man whose accounts are all reckoned and the balance struck long ago. "So this is Sylvia," he said, with the slightest appearance of interest, glancing at her casually. "I always said you would make a beautiful woman, but since I knew Victoria, I've seen that you must be quite what she was at your age." It might have been a voice speaking from beyond the grave, so listless, so dragging was its rhythm. "How do you happen to be in Paris?" he asked. "Are your parents still alive?" "Oh yes," said Sylvia, half startled by the preposterousness of the idea that they might not be. "They're very well too. I had such a good letter from Mother the other day. Do you remember Professor Kennedy? He has just given up his position to be Professor Emeritus. I suppose now he'll write that book on the idiocy of the human race he's been planning so long. And old Mr. Reinhardt, he's still the same, they say. Wonderful, isn't it, at his age?" She was running on, not knowing what to say, chattering rather foolishly in her embarrassment. "Judith is a trained nurse. Isn't that just the right thing for her? I'm visiting Aunt Victoria here for a while. Lawrence is a Freshman at—" He broke in, his hollow voice resounding in the immense vault-like spaces around them. "You'd better go home," he said. "I'd leave tonight, if I were you." She looked at him startled, half scared, thinking that she had been right to fancy him out of his mind. She saw with relief a burly attendant in a blue uniform lounging near a group of statuary. She could call to him if it became necessary. "You'd better go away from her at once," went on the man, advancing aimlessly from one bay of the frescoes to another. Sylvia knew now of whom he was speaking, and as he continued talking with a slow, dreary monotony, her mind raced back over the years, picking up a scrap here, a half forgotten phrase there, an intercepted look between her father and mother, a recollection of her own, a half finished sentence of Arnold's. "She can't be fatal for you in the same way she has been for the others, I suppose," the man was saying. "What she'll do for you is to turn you into a woman like herself. I remember now, I have thought many times that you were like her, of the same clay. But you have something else too. You have something that she'll take away from you if you stay. You can't keep her from doing it. No one can get the better of her. She doesn't fight, but she always takes life. She has taken mine. She must have taken her bogey husband's. She took young Gilbert's. She took Gilbert's wife's. She took Arnold's in another way. God! Think of leaving a young, growing, weak soul in the care of a woman like Victoria. She took that poet's, I forget his name. I suppose by this time Felix Morrison is." At this name, a terrible contraction of the heart told Sylvia that she was listening to what he said. "Felix Morrison!" she cried in a stern, angry protest. "I don't know what you're talking about, but if you think that Aunt Victoria, if you think Felix Morrison," she was inarticulate in her indignation, "he was married last autumn to a beautiful girl, and Aunt Victoria, what an idea! No one was more pleased than she. Why, you are crazy!" She flung out at him the word which 2 moments before she would not have been so cruel as to think. It gave him no discomfort. "Oh no, I'm not," he said with a spectral laugh, which had in it, to Sylvia's dismay, the very essence of sanity. She did not know why she now shrank away from him, far more frightened than before. "I'm about everything else you might mention, but I'm not crazy, and you can take my word for it and get out while you still can, if you still can?" He faintly indicated an inquiry, looking at her sideways, his dirty hand stroking the dishonoring gray stubble of his unshaven face. "As for Morrison's wife, let her get out too. Gilbert tried marrying, tried it in all unconsciousness. It's only when they try to get away from her that they know she's in the marrow of their bones. She lets them try. She doesn't even care. She knows they'll come back. Gilbert did. And his wife. Well, I'm sorry for Morrison's wife." "She's dead," said Sylvia abruptly. He took this in with a nod of the head. "So much the better for her. How did it happen that you didn't fall for Morrison's?" He looked at her sharply at a change in her face she could not control. "Oh, you did," he commented slackly. "Well, you'd better start home for La Chance tonight," he said again. They were circling around and around the shadowy interior, making no pretense of looking at the frescoed walls, to examine which had been their ostensible purpose in entering. Sylvia was indeed aware of great pictured spaces, crowded dimly with thronging figures, men, horses, women. They reached no more than the outer retina of her eye. She remembered fleetingly that they had something to do with the story of Saint Geneviève. She wanted intensely to escape from this phantom whom she herself had called up from the void to stalk at her side, but she felt she ought not to let pass, even coming from such a source, such utterly frenzied imaginings against one to whom she owed loyalty. She spoke coldly, with extreme distaste for the subject. "You're entirely wrong about Aunt Victoria. She's not in the least that kind of a woman." He shook his head slowly. "No, no, you misunderstand me. Your Aunt Victoria is quite irreproachable. She always has been. She always will be. She is always in the right. She always will be. She did nothing to me but hire me to teach her stepson, and when my habits became too bad, discharge me as any one else would have done. She did nothing to Arnold except to leave him to the best schools and the best tutors money could buy. What more could any one have done? She had not the slightest idea that Horace Gilbert would try to poison his wife, had not the slightest connection with their quarrel. The young poet, Adams was his name, now I remember, did not consult her before he took to cocaine. Morphine is my own specialty. Victoria, of course, deplored it as much as any one could. No, I'm not for a minute intimating that Victoria is a Messalina. We'd all be better off if she were. It's only our grossness that finds fault with her. Your aunt is one of the most respectable women who ever lived, as chaste as unsunned snow, the very ice of chastity is in her. Indeed, I've often wondered if the redoubtable Ephraim Smith himself, for all that he succeeded in marrying her, fared any better than the rest of us. Victoria would be quite capable of cheating him out of his pay. She parches, yes, she dries up the blood, but it's not by her passion, not even by ours. Honest passion never kills. It's the Sahara sands of her egotism, into which we've all emptied our veins." Sylvia was frozen to the spot by her outraged indignation that any one should dare speak to her thus. She found herself facing a fresco of a tall, austere figure in an enveloping white garment, an elderly woman with a thin, worn, noble face, who laid one fine, old hand on a stone parapet, and with divine compassion and tenderness looked out over a sleeping city. The man followed the direction of her eyes. "It's Puvis de Chavannes' Sainte Geneviève as an old woman, guarding and praying for the city. Very good, isn't it? I especially admire the suggestion of the plain bare cell she has stepped out from. I often come here to look at it when I've nothing to eat." He seemed as flaccidly willing to speak on this as any other topic, to find it no more interesting than the subject of his former speech. Sylvia was overcome with horror of him. She walked rapidly away, towards the door, hoping he would not follow her. He did not. When she glanced back fearfully over her shoulder, she saw him still standing there, looking up at that gaunt gray figure of beneficent old age. His dreadful broken felt hat was in his hand, the water dripped from his frayed trousers over the rotting leather of his shoes. As she looked, he began to cough, loudly, terribly, so that the echoing reaches of the great nave resounded to the sound. Sylvia ran back to him and thrust her purse into his hand. At first he could not speak, for coughing, but in a moment he found breath to ask, "Is it Victoria's money?" She did not answer. He held it for a moment, and then, opening his hand, let it drop. As she turned away, Sylvia heard it fall clinking on the stone floor. At the door, she turned for one last look, and saw him weakly stooping to pick it up again. She fairly burst out of the door. It was almost dusk when she was on the street again, looking down the steep incline to the Luxembourg Gardens. In the rainy twilight, the fierce tension of the Rodin thinker in front of the Pantheon loomed huge and tragic. She gave it a glance of startled sympathy. She had never understood the statue before. Now she was a prey to those same ravaging throes. There was, for the moment, no escaping them. She felt none of her former wild impulse to run away. What she had been running away from had overtaken her. She faced it now, looked at it squarely, gave it her ear for the first time. The grinding, dissonant note under the rich harmony of the life she had known for all these past months, the obscure vaults underlying the shining temple in which she had been living. What beauty could there be which was founded on such an action as Felix' marriage to Molly, Molly, whose passionate directness had known the only way out of the impasse into which Felix should never have let her go? An echo from what she had heard in the mass at Notre Dame rang in her ears, and now the sound was louder. Austin's voice, Austin's words. A beauty that can't endure disharmony in conduct, the fine true ear for the deeper values, the foundations. It was Austin, asking himself what beauty could be in any life founded, even remotely as his was, on any one's misery? For a long time she stood there, silent, motionless, her hands clenched at her sides, looking straight before her in the rain. Above her on his pedestal, the great, bronze, naked, tortured man ground his teeth as he glared out from under the inexorable limitations of his ape like forehead, and strove wildly against the barriers of his flesh. Wildly and vainly against inexorable limitations! Sylvia was aware that an insolent young man with moist, protuberant eyes had come up where she stood there, alone, motionless on the public street. He put his arm in hers, clasped her hand in a fat, soft palm. "Allons, ma belle," he said with a revolting gaiety. Sylvia pulled away from him, cried out fiercely in English, "Don't you dare touch me!" and darted away. He made no attempt at pursuit, acknowledging his mistake with an easy shrug, and turning off to roam, a dim, predatory figure, along the dusky street. He had startled and frightened the girl so that she was trembling when she ventured to slow down to a walk under the glaring lights of the Boulevard Saint Michel. She was also shivering with wet and cold, and without knowing it, she was extremely hungry. As she fled along the boulevard in the direction of her own quarter of the city, her eye caught the lighted clock at the kiosk near Cluny. She was astonished to see that it was after 7 o'clock. How long could she have stood there, under the shadow of that terrific thinker, consumed quite as much as he by the pain of trying to rise above mere nature? An hour, more than an hour, she must have been there. The Pantheon must have closed during that time, and the dreadful sick man must have passed close by her. Where was he now? What makeshift shelter harbored that cough, those dirty, skeleton hands, those awful eyes which had outlived endurance and come to know peace before death? She shivered, and tried to shrink away from her wet, clinging clothing. She had never in all her life before been wet and cold and hungry and frightened. She had never known from what she had been protected. And now the absence of money meant that she must walk miles in the rain before she could reach safety and food. For 3 cents she could ride. But she had not 3 cents. How idiotic she had been not to keep a few sous from her purse. What a sickening thing it had been to see him stoop to pick it up after he had tried to have the pride not to touch it. That was what morphine had done for him, and he would buy more morphine with that money. That was the reason he had not been able to let it lie. The man who had been to her little girlhood the radiant embodiment of strength and fineness. Her teeth were chattering, her feet soaked and cold. She tried to walk faster to warm her blood, and discovered that she was exhausted, tired to the marrow of her bones. Her feet dragged on the pavement, her arms hung heavily by her side. But she dared not stop a moment lest some other man with abhorrent eyes should approach her. She set her teeth and walked across the Seine without a glance at its misted lights blinking through the rain, walked on past the prison of Marie Antoinette, without a thought of that other harmless woman who had loved bright and lovely things while others suffered, walked on upon the bridge across the Seine again. This bewildered her, making her think that she was so dazed she had doubled on her tracks. She saw, a long way off, a solitary, hooded sergeant de ville, and dragged herself across an endless expanse of wet asphalt to ask him her way. But just before she reached him, she remembered suddenly that of course she was on the island and was obliged to cross the Seine again before reaching the right bank. She returned weary and disheartened to her path, crossed the bridge, and then endlessly set one heavy foot before the other under the glare of innumerable electric lights staring down on her and on the dismal, wet, deserted streets. The clocks she passed told her that it was nearly 8 o'clock. Then it was past 8. What must they be thinking of her on the Rue de Presbourg? She tried again to hurry, but could force her aching muscles to no more than the plod, plod, plod of her dogged advance over those interminable miles of pavement. There was little of her then that was not cold, weary, wet flesh, suffering all the discomforts that an animal can know. She counted her steps for a long time, and became so stupidly absorbed in this that she made a wrong turning and was blocks out of her way before she noticed her mistake. This mishap reduced her almost to tears, and it was when she was choking them weakly back and setting herself again to the cruel long vista of the Champs Elysees that an automobile passed her at top speed with a man's face pressed palely to the panes. Almost at once the car stopped in answer to a shouted command. It whirled about and bore down on her. Felix Morrison sprang out and ran to her with outstretched arms, his rich voice ringing through the desolation of the rain and the night. "Sylvia! Sylvia! Are you safe?" He almost carried her back to the car, lifted her in. There were wraps there, great, soft, furry, velvet wraps which he cast about her, murmuring broken ejaculations of emotion, of pity, of relief. "Oh, your hands! How cold! Sylvia, how could you? Here, drink this. I've been insane, absolutely out of my mind. Let me take off your hat. Oh, your poor feet! I was on my way to I was afraid you might have Oh, Sylvia, Sylvia, to have you safe!" She tried to bring to her mind something she had intended to remember. She even repeated the phrase over to herself. It was an ugly, ugly thing to have married Molly. But she knew only that he was tenderness and sheltering care and warmth and food and safety. She drew long quivering breaths, like a child coming out of a sobbing fit. Then, before there was time for more thought, the car had whirled them back to the door, where Aunt Victoria, outwardly calm, but very pale, stood between the concierge and his wife, looking out into the rainy, deserted street. At the touch of those warm, embracing arms, at that radiant presence, at the sound of that relieved, welcoming voice, the nightmare of the Pantheon faded away to blackness. Half an hour later she sat, fresh from a hot bath, breathing out delicately a reminiscence of recent violet water and perfumed powder, fresh, fine under linen next to her glowing skin, shining and refreshed, in a gown of chiffon and satin, eating her first mouthful of Yoshido's ambrosial soup. "Why, I'm so sorry," she was saying. "I went out for a walk, and then went further than I meant to. I've been over on the left bank part of the time, in Notre Dame and the Pantheon, and then when I started to come home it took longer than I thought. It's so apt to, you know." "Why in the world, my dear, did you walk home?" cried Aunt Victoria, still brooding over her in pitying sympathy. "I'd lost my purse. I didn't have any money." "But you don't pay for a cab till you come to the end of your journey. You could have stepped into a taxi and borrowed the money of the concierge here." Sylvia was immensely disconcerted by her rustic naïveté in not thinking of this obvious device. "Oh, of course! How could I have been so But I was tired when I came to start home. I was very tired, too tired to think clearly." This brought them all back to the recollection of what had set her off on her walk. There was for a time rather a strained silence, but they were all very hungry. Dinner was 2 hours late, and the discussion of Yoshido's roast duckling was anything but favorable for the consideration of painful topics. They had champagne to celebrate her safe escape from the adventure. To the sensation of perfect ease induced by the well chosen dinner, this added a little tingling through all Sylvia's nerves, a pleasant, light, bright titillation. All might have gone well if, after the dinner, Felix had not stepped, as was his wont, to the piano. Sylvia had been. up to that moment, almost wholly young animal, given over to bodily ecstasy, of which not the least was the agreeable warmth on her silk‐clad ankle as she held her slippered foot to the fire. But at the first chords something else in her slowly, with extreme pain, awoke to activity. All her life music had spoken a language to which she could not shut her ears, and now, her face clouded, she shifted her position, she held up a little painted screen to shield her face from the fire, she finally rose and walked restlessly about the room. Every grave and haunting cadence from the piano brought to her mind, flickering and quick, like fire, a darting question, and every one she stamped out midway with an effort of the will. The intimacy between Felix and Aunt Victoria, it was strange she had never before thought. Of course not. What a hideous idea. That book back in Lydford, with Horace Gilbert's name on the flyleaf, and Aunt Victoria's cool, casual voice as she explained, "Oh, just a young architect who used to—" Oh, the man in the Pantheon was simply brutalized by drugs. He did not know what he was saying. His cool, spectral laugh of sanity sounded faintly in her ears again. And then, out of a mounting foam of arpeggios, there bloomed for her a new idea, solid enough, broad enough, high enough for a refuge against all these wolfish fangs. She sat down to think it out, hot on the trail of an answer, the longed for answer. It had just occurred to her that there was no possible logical connection between any of those skulking phantoms and the golden lovely things they tried to defile. Even if some people of wealth and ease and leisure were not as careful about moral values as about colors and aesthetic harmonies, that meant nothing. The connection was purely fortuitous. How silly she had been not to see that! Grant, for purposes of argument, that Aunt Victoria was self‐centered and had lived her life with too little regard for its effect on other people. Grant even that Felix had, under an almost overpowering temptation, not kept in a matter of conduct the same rigid nicety of fastidiousness which characterized his judgment of marbles. What of it? That did not mean that one could only be fine and true in conduct by giving up all lovely things and wearing hair shirts. What an outgrown, mediaeval idea! How could she have been for a moment under its domination? It was just that old Puritanism, Spartanism of her childhood, which was continually reaching up its bony hand from the grave where she had interred it. The only danger came, she saw it now, read it plainly and clear‐headedly in the lives of the two people with her, the only danger came from a lack of proportion. It certainly did seem to be possible to allow the amenities and aesthetic pleasures to become so important that moral fineness must stand aside till they were safe. But anybody who had enough intelligence could keep his head, even if the temptation was alluring. And simply because there was that possible danger, why not enjoy delightful things as long as they did not run counter to moral fineness? How absurd to think there was any reason why they should! Quite the contrary, as a thousand philosophers attested. They would not, in her case at least. Of course, if a decision had to be taken between the two, she would never hesitate, never! As she phrased this conviction to herself, she turned a ring on her white slim finger, and had a throb of pleasure in the color of the gem. What harmless, impersonal pleasures they were! How little they hurt any one! And as to this business of morbidly probing into healthy flesh, of insisting on going back of everything, farther than any one could possibly go, and scrutinizing the origin of every dollar that came into your hand, why, that way lay madness. As soon try to investigate all the past occupants of a seat in a railway before using it for a journey. Modern life was not organized that way. It was too complicated. Her mind rushed on excitedly, catching up more certainty, more and more reinforcements to her argument as it advanced. There was, therefore, nothing inherent in the manner of life she had known these last months to account for what seemed ugly underneath. There was no reason why some one more keenly on his guard could not live as they did and escape sounding that dissonant note. The music stopped. Morrison turned on the stool and seeing her bent head and moody stare at the fire, sent an imploring glance for help to Mrs. Marshall Smith. Just let her have the wealth and leisure and let her show how worthily she could use it. There would be an achievement. Sylvia came around to another phase of her new idea. There would be something worth doing, to show that one could be as fine and true in a palace as in a hut, even as in a Vermont farmhouse. At this, suddenly all thought left her. Austin Page stood before her, fixing on her his clear and passionate and tender eyes. At that dear and well remembered gaze, her lip began to quiver like a child's, and her eyes filled. Mrs. Marshall Smith stirred herself with the effect of a splendid ship going into action with all flags flying. "Sylvia dear," she said, "this rain tonight makes me think of a new plan. It will very likely rain for a week or more now. Paris is abominable in the rain. What do you say to a change? Madeleine Perth was telling me this afternoon that the White Star people are running a few ships from Portsmouth by way of Cherbourg around by Gibraltar through the Mediterranean to Naples. That's one trip your rolling stone of an aunt has never taken, and I'd rather like to add it to my collection. We could be in Naples in 4 days from Cherbourg, and spend a month in Italy, going north as the heat arrived. Felix, why don't you come along? You've been wanting to see the new low reliefs in the terme in Rome." Sylvia's heart, like all young hearts, was dazzled almost to blinking by the radiance shed from the magic word Italy. She turned, looking very much taken aback and bewildered, but with light in her eyes, color in her face. Morrison burst out: "Oh, a dream realized! Something to live on all one's days! The pines of the Borghese, the cypresses of the Villa Medici, roses cascading over the walls in Rome, the view across the Campagna from the terraces at Rocca di Papa." Sylvia thought rapidly to herself. "Austin said he did not want me to answer at once. He said he wanted me to take time, to take time. I can decide better, make more sense out of everything, if I after I have thought more, have taken more time. No, I am not turning my back on him, only I must have more time to think." Aloud she said, after a moment's silence, "Oh, nothing could be lovelier." She lay in her warm, clean, white bed that night, sleeping the sound sleep of the healthy young animal, which has been wet and cold and hungry and is now dry and warmed and fed. Outside, across the city, on his bronze pedestal, the tortured thinker, loyal to his destiny, still strove terribly against the limitations of his ape like forehead. End of chapter 40. End of book 3. In Capua at last. Book 4, Chapter 40 of The Bent Twig by Dorothy Canfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Perrart. Book 4, The Straight Path. Chapter 40, A Call from Home. It was quite dark when they arrived in the harbor at Naples, and they were too late to go through the necessary formalities of harbor entering. In company with several other in and outward bound steamers, the Carnatic lay to for the night. Some one pointed out a big liner, which would sail for New York the next morning, lying like a huge, gaily lighted island, the blare of her band floating over the still water. Sylvia slept little that night, missing the rolling swing of the ship, and feeling breathless in the stifling immobility of the cabin. She tossed about restlessly, dozing off at intervals and waking up with a start. to get up on her knees and look out through the porthole at the lights of Naples blazing steadily in their semicircle. She tried to think several times about her relations to Felix, to Austin, but nothing came to her mind except a series of scenes in which they had figured, scenes quite disconnected, which brought no enlightenment to her. As she lay awake thus, staring at the ceiling, feeling in the intense silence and blackness that the fluttering of her eyelids was almost audible, her heart beating irregularly, now slow, now fast, it occurred to her that she was beginning to know something of the intensity of real life, real grown-up life. She was astonished to enjoy it so little. She fell at last, suddenly, fathoms deep into youthful slumber, and at once passed out from tormented darkness into some strange, sunny, wind-swept place on a height, and she was all one anguish of longing for Austin. And he came swiftly to her and took her in his arms and kissed her on the lips, and it was as it had been when she was a child and heard music. She was carried away by a great swelling tide of joy. But dusk began to fall again. Austin faded. Through the darkness something called and called to her imperatively. With great pain she struggled up through the endless stages of half consciousness until she was herself again, Sylvia Marshall, heavy eyed, sitting up in her berth and saying aloud, "Yes, what is it?" in answer to a knocking on the door. The steward's voice answered, announcing that the first boat for shore would leave in an hour. Sylvia sprang out of bed, the dream already nothing more than confused brightness in her mind. By the time she was dressed, it had altogether gone, and she only knew that she had had a restless night. She went out on the deck, longing for the tonic of pure air. The morning was misty, it had rained during the night, and clouds hung heavy and low over the city. Out from this gray smother the city gleamed like a veiled opal. Neither Felix nor her aunt was to be seen. When she went down to breakfast, after a brisk tramp back and forth across the deck, she was rosy and dewy, her triumphant youth showing no sign of her vigils. She was saying to herself, "Now I've come, it's too idiotic not to enjoy it. I shall let myself go." Helene attended to the ladies' packing and to the labeling and care of the baggage. Empty-handed, carefree, feeling like a traveling princess, Sylvia climbed down from the great steamer into a dirty, small harbor boat. Aunt Victoria sat down at once on the folding camp chair which Helene always carried for her. Sylvia and Felix stood together at the blunt prow, watching the spectacle before them. The clouds were lifting from the city and from Vesuvius, and from Sylvia's mind. Her spirits rose as the boat went forward into the strange, foreign, glowing scene. The oily water shimmered in smooth heavings as the clumsy boat advanced upon it. The white houses on the hills gleamed out from their palms. As the boat came closer to the wharf, the travelers could see the crowds of foreign-looking people, with swarthy faces and cheap, ungraceful clothes, looking out at the boat with alert, speculative, unwelcoming eyes. The noise of the city streets, strange to their ears after the days of sea silence, rose clattering, like a part of the brilliance, the sparkle. The sun broke through the clouds, poured a flood of glory on the refulgent city, and shone hotly on the pools of dirty water caught in the sunken spots of the uneven stone pavement. Aunt Victoria made her way up the gangplank to the landing dock, achieving dignity even there. Felix sprang after her to hand her her chair, and Helene and Sylvia followed. Mrs. Marshall Smith sat down at once, opening her dark purple parasol, the tense silk of which was changed by the hot southern sun into an iridescent bubble. "We will wait here till the steward gets our trunks out," she announced. "It will be amusing to watch the people." The four made an oasis of aristocracy in the seething, shouting, frowsy, gaudy Southern crowd, running about with the scrambling, undignified haste of ants, sweating, gesticulating, their faces contorted with care over their poor belongings. Sylvia was acutely conscious of her significance in the scene. She was also fully aware that Felix missed none of the contrast she made with the other women. She felt at once enhanced and protected by the ignobly dressed crowd about her. Felix was right. In America there could be no distinction. There was no background for it. The scene about them was theatrically magnificent. In the distance Vesuvius towered, cloud veiled and threatening. The harbor shone and sparkled in the sun. The vivid, outreaching arms of Naples clasped the jewel like water. From it all Sylvia extracted the most perfect distillation of traveler's joy. She felt the well to do tourist's carefree detachment from the fundamentals of life, the tourist's sense that everything exists for the purpose of being a sight for him to see. She knew, and knew with delight, the wanderer's lightened, emancipated sense of being at a distance from obligations, that cheerful sense of an escape from the imprisoning solidarity of humanity which furnishes the zest of life for the tourist and the tramp, enabling the one light‐heartedly to offend proprieties and the other casually to commit murder. She was embarked upon a moral vacation. She was out of the Bastille of right and wrong. She had a vision of what freedom from entangling responsibilities is secured by traveling. She understood her aunt's classing it as among the positive goods of life. A man in a shabby blue uniform, with a bundle of letters in his hand, walked past them towards the boat. "Oh, the mail," said Mrs. Marshall Smith. "There may be some for us." She beckoned the man to her and said, "Marshall Smith? Marshall? Morrison?" The man sorted over his pile. "Cable for Miss Marshall," he said, presenting it to the younger lady with a bold, familiar look of admiration. "Letter for F. Morrison. 2 letters for Mrs. Marshall Smith." Sylvia opened her envelope, spread out the folded sheets of paper and read what was scrawled on it, with no realization of the meaning. She knew only that the paper, Felix, her aunt, the crowd, vanished in thick blackness, through which, much later, with a great roaring in her ears, she read, as though by jagged flashes of lightning, "Mother very ill. Come home at once. Judith." It seemed to her an incalculably long time between her first glance at the words and her understanding of them, but when she emerged from the blackness and void into the flaunting sunlight, the roaring still in her ears, the paper still in her hands, the scrawled words still venomous upon it, she saw that not a moment could have passed, for Felix and her aunt were unfolding letters of their own, their eyes beginning to run quickly over the pages. Sylvia stood quite still, feeling immeasurably and bitterly alone. She said to herself, "Mother is very sick. I must go home at once. Judith." But she did not know what she said. She felt only an impulse to run wildly away from something that gave her intolerable pain. Mrs. Marshall Smith turned over a page of her letter, smiling to herself, and glanced up at her niece. Her smile was smitten from her lips. Sylvia had a fantastic vision of her own aspect from the gaping face of horror with which her aunt for an instant reflected it. She had never before seen Aunt Victoria with an unprepared and discomposed countenance. It was another feature of the nightmare. For suddenly everything resolved itself into a bad dream. Her aunt crying out, Helene screaming and running to her, Felix snatching the telegram from her and reading it aloud. It seemed to Sylvia that she had heard nothing for years but those words, "Mother very sick. Come home. Come home at once. Judith." She heard them over and over after his voice was silent. Through their constant echoing roar in her ears, she heard but dimly the babel of talk that arose. Aunt Victoria saying that she could not of course leave at once because no passage had been engaged. Helene foolishly offering smelling salts. Felix darting off to get a carriage to take them to the hotel where she could be out of the crowd and they could lay their plans. "Oh, my poor dear! But you may have more reassuring news tomorrow, you know," said Mrs. Marshall Smith soothingly. The girl faced her aunt outraged. She thought she cried out angrily, "Tomorrow!" But she did not break her silence. She was so torn by the storm within her that she had no breath for recriminations. She turned and ran rapidly some distance away to the edge of the wharf where some small rowboats hung bobbing, their owners sprawled on the seats, smoking cigarettes and chattering. Sylvia addressed the one nearest her in a strong, imperious voice. "I want you to take me out to that steamer," she said, pointing out to the liner in the harbor. The man looked up at her blankly, his laughing, impertinent brown face sobered at once by the sight of her own. He made a reply in Italian, raising his shoulders. Some ill-dressed, loafing stragglers on the wharf drew near Sylvia with an indolent curiosity. She turned to them and asked, "Do any of you speak English?" Although it was manifestly inconceivable that any of those typical Neapolitans should, one of them stepped forward, running his hand through greasy black curls. "I can, lady," he said with a fluent, vulgar New York accent. "What you want?" "Tell that man," said Sylvia, her lips moving stiffly, "to take me out to the ship that is to leave for America this morning. And now, this minute. I may be late now." After a short, impassioned colloquy, the loafer turned to her and reported: "He says if he took you out, you couldn't get on board. Them big ships ain't got no way for folks in little boats to get on, and he'd ask you 30 lire anyhow. That's a fierce price. Say, if you'll wait a minute, I can get you a man that'll do it for—" Mrs. Marshall Smith and Helene had followed, and now broke through the line of ill‐smelling loungers. Mrs. Marshall Smith took hold of her niece's arm firmly and began to draw her away with a dignified gesture. "You don't know what you are doing, child," she said with a peremptory accent of authority. "You are beside yourself. Come with me at once. This is no—" Sylvia did not resist her. She ignored her. In fact, she did not understand a word that her aunt said. She shook off the older woman's hand with one thrust of her powerful young arm, and gathering her skirts about her, leaped down into the boat. She took out her purse and showed the man a 50 lire bill. "Row fast! Fast!" she motioned to him, sitting down in the stern and fixing her eyes on the huge bulk of the liner, black upon the brilliance of the sunlit water. She heard her name called from the wharf and turned her face backward as the light craft began to move jerkily away. Felix had come up and now stood between Mrs. Marshall Smith and her maid, both of whom were passionately appealing to him. He looked over their heads, saw the girl already a boat length from the wharf, and gave a gesture of utter consternation. He ran headlong to the edge of the dock and again called her name, loudly: "Sylvia! Sylvia!" There was no mistaking the quality of that cry. It was the voice of a man who sees the woman he loves departing from him, and who wildly, imperiously calls her back to him. But she did not return. The boat was still so close that she could look deeply into his eyes. Through all her tumult of horror there struck cold to Sylvia's heart the knowledge that they were the eyes of a stranger. The blow that had pierced her had struck into a quivering center of life, so deep within her that only something as deep as its terrible suffering could seem real. The man who stood there, so impotently calling to her, belonged to another order of things, things which a moment ago had been important to her, and which now no longer existed. He had become for her as remote, as immaterial as the gaudy picturesqueness of the scene in which he stood. She gave him a long, strange look, and made a strange gesture, a gesture of irrevocable leave‐taking. She turned her face again to the sea, and did not look back. They approached the liner, and Sylvia saw some dark heads looking over the railing at her. Her boatman rowed around the stern to the other side, where the slanting stairs used in boarding the harbor boats still hung over the side. The landing was far above their heads. Sylvia stood up and cried loudly to the dull faces staring down at her from the steerage deck: "Send somebody down on the stairs to speak to me." There was a stir. A man in a blue uniform came and looked over the edge, and went away. After a moment an officer in white ran down the stairs to the hanging landing with the swift, sure footing of a seaman. Sylvia stood up again, turning her white face up to him, her eyes blazing in the shadow of her hat. "I've just heard that my mother is very sick. I must get back to America at once. If you will let down the rope ladder, I can climb up. I must go. I have plenty of money. I must!" The officer stared, shook his head, and ran back up the stairs, disappearing into the black hole in the ship's side. The dark, heavy faces continued to hang over the railing, staring fixedly down at the boat with a steady, incurious gaze. Sylvia's boatman balanced his oar handles on his knees, rolled a cigarette, and lighted it. The boat swayed up and down on the shimmering, heaving roll of the water, although the ponderous ship beside it loomed motionless as a rock. The sun beat down on Sylvia's head and up in her face from the molten water till she felt sick, but when another officer in white, an elderly man with an impassive, bearded face, came down the stairs, she rose up, instantly forgetful of everything but her demand. She called out her message again, straining her voice until it broke, poised so impatiently in the little boat, swinging under her feet, that she seemed almost about to spring up towards the two men leaning over to catch her words. When she finished, the older man nodded, the younger one ran back up the stairs and returned with a rope ladder. Sylvia's boatman stirred himself with an ugly face of misgiving. He clutched at her arm, and made close before her face the hungry, Mediterranean gesture of fingering money. She took out her purse, gave him the 50 lire note, and catching at the ladder as it was flung down, disregarding the shouted commands of the men above her to wait, she swung herself upon it, climbing strongly and surely in spite of her hampering skirts. The two men helped her up, alarmed and vexed at the risk she had taken. They said something about great crowds on the boat, and that only in the second cabin was there a possibility for accommodations. If she answered them, she did not know what she said. She followed the younger man down a long corridor, at first dark and smelling of hemp, later white, bright with electric light, smelling strongly of fresh paint, stagnant air, and machine oil. They emerged in a round hallway at the foot of a staircase. The officer went to a window for a conference with the official behind it, and returned to Sylvia to say that there was no room, not even a single berth vacant. Some shabby women passengers with untidy hair and crumpled clothes drew near, looking at her with curiosity. Sylvia appealed to them, crying out again, "My mother is very sick, and I must go back to America at once. Can't any of you, can't you?" She stopped, catching at the banisters. Her knees were giving way under her. A woman with a flabby, pale face and disordered gray hair sprang towards her and took her in her arms with a divine charity. "You can have half my bed," she cried, drawing Sylvia's head down on her shoulder. "Poor, poor girl! I lost my son only last year." Her accent, her look, the tones of her voice, some emanation of deep humanity from her whole person, reached Sylvia's inner self, the first message that had penetrated to that core of her being since the deadly, echoing news of the telegram. Upon her icy tension poured a flood of dissolving warmth. Her hideous isolation was an illusion. This plain old woman, whom she had never seen before, was her sister, her blood kin. They were both human beings. She gave a cry and flung her arms about the other's neck, clinging to her like a person falling from a great height, the tears at last streaming down her face. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of The Bent Twig by Dorothy Canfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 41. Home Again. The trip home passed like a long, shuddering bad dream in which one waits eternally, bound hand and foot, for a blow which does not fall. Somehow, before the first day was over, an unoccupied berth was found for Sylvia, in a tiny corner usually taken by one of the ship's servants. Sylvia accepted this dully. She was but half alive, all her vital forces suspended until the journey should be over. The throbbing of the engines came to seem like the beating of her own heart, and she lay tensely in her berth for hours at a time, feeling that it was partly her energy which was driving the ship through the waters. She only thought of accomplishing the journey, covering the miles which lay before her. From what lay at the end she shrank back, returning again to her hypnotic absorption in the throbbing of the engines. The old woman who had offered to share her berth had disappeared at the first rough water and had been invisible all the trip. Sylvia did not think of her again. That was a recollection which with all its sacred significance was to come back later to Sylvia's maturer mind. The ship reached New York late in the afternoon and docked that night. Sylvia stood alone, her soiled, wrinkled suit shapeless from constant wear, her empty hands clutching at the railing, and was the first passenger to dart down the second class gangplank. She ran to see if there were letters or a telegram for her. "Yes, there is a telegram for you," said the steward, holding out a sealed envelope to her. "It came on with the pilot and ought to have been given you before." She took the envelope, but was unable to open it. The arc lights flared and winked above her in the high roof of the wharf. The crowds of keen faced, hard eyed men and women in costly, neat fitting clothing were as oblivious of her and as ferociously intent on their own affairs as the shabby, noisy crowd she had left in Naples, brushing by her as though she were part of the wharf as they bent over their trunks anxiously and locked them up with determination. It seemed to Sylvia that she could never break the spell of fear which bound her fast. Minute after minute dragged by, and she still stood, very white, very sick. She was aware that some one stood in front of her, looking into her face, and she recognized one of the ship's officials whom she had noticed from a distance on the ship, an under officer, somehow connected with the engines, who had sat at table with the second class passengers. He was a burly, red faced man, with huge strong hands and a bald head. He looked at her now for a moment with an intent kindness, and taking her arm, led her a step to a packing case, on which he made her sit down. At the break in her immobility, a faintness came over Sylvia. The man bent over her and began to fan her with his cap. A strong smell of stale and cheap tobacco reached Sylvia from all of his obese person, but his vulgar, ugly face expressed a profoundly self forgetful concern. "There, feeling better?" he asked, his eyes anxiously on her. The man looked at the envelope comprehendingly. "Oh, bad news," he murmured. Sylvia opened her hand and showed him that it had not been opened. "I haven't looked at it yet," she said pitifully. The man made an inarticulate murmur of pity, put out his thick red fingers, took the message gently from her hand, and opened it. As he read, she searched his face with an impassioned scrutiny. When he raised his eyes from the paper, she saw in them, in that grossly fleshy countenance, such infinite pity that even her swift intuition of its meaning was not so swift as to reach her heart first. The blow did not reach her naked and unprotected in the solitude of her egotism as it had at Naples. Confusedly, half resentfully, but irresistibly she knew that she did not, could not, stand alone, was not the first thus to be struck down. This knowledge brought the tonic summons to courage. She held out her hand unflinchingly and stood up as she read the message. "Mother died this morning at dawn." The telegram was dated 3 days before. She was now 2 days from home. She looked up at the man before her, and twice tried to speak before she could command her voice. Then she said quite steadily, "I live in the West. Can you tell me anything about trains to Chicago?" "I'm going with you to the train," he said, taking her arm and moving forward. 2 hours later, his vulgar, ugly, compassionate face was the last she saw as the train moved out of the station. He did not seem a stranger to Sylvia. She saw that he was more than middle aged. He must have lost his mother. There must have been many deaths in his past. He seemed more familiar to her than her dearest friends had seemed before, but from now on she was to feel closer to every human being than before to her most beloved. A great breach had been made in the wall of her life, the wall which had hidden her fellows from her. She saw them face the enigma as uncomprehendingly, as helplessly as she, and she felt the instinct of terror to huddle close to others, even though they feel, because they feel, a terror as unrelieved. It was not that she loved her fellow beings more from this hour, rather that she felt, to the root of her being, her inevitable fellowship with them. The journey home was almost as wholly a period of suspended animation for Sylvia as the days on the ocean had been. She had read the telegram at last. Now she knew what had happened, but she did not yet know what it meant. She felt that she would not know what it meant until she reached home. How could her mother be dead? What did it mean to have her mother dead? She said the grim words over and over, handling them with heartsick recklessness as a desperate man might handle the black ugly objects with smoking fuses which he knows carry death. But for Sylvia no explosion came. No ravaging perception of the meaning of the words reached her strained inner ear. She said them over and over. The sound of them was horrifying to her, but in her heart she did not believe them. Her mother, could not die. There was no one, of course, at the La Chance station to meet her, and she walked out through the crowd and took the street car without having seen a familiar face. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon then, and 6 when she walked up the dusty country road and turned in through the gate in the hedge. There was home, intimately a part of her in every detail of its unforgotten appearance. The pines stood up strong in their immortal verdure. The thick golden hush of the summer afternoon lay like an enchantment about the low brown house. And something horrible, unspeakably horrible, had happened there. Under the forgotten dust and grime of her long railway journey, she was deadly pale as she stepped up on the porch. Judith came to the door, saw her sister, opened her arms with a noble gesture, and clasped Sylvia to her in a strong and close embrace. Not a word was spoken. The two clung to each other silently, Sylvia weeping incessantly, holding fast to the dear human body in her arms, feeling herself dissolved in a very anguish of love and pain. Her wet cheek was pressed against Judith's lips. The tears rained down in a torrent. All the rich, untapped strength of her invincible youth was in that healthful flood of tears. There were none such in the eyes of Professor Marshall as he came down the stairs to greet his daughter. Sylvia was immeasurably shocked by his aspect. He did not look like her father. She sought in vain in that gray countenance for any trace of her father's expression. He came forward with a slow, dragging step, and kissed his daughter, taking her hand. His, she noticed, felt like a sick man's, parched, the skin like a dry husk. He spoke, in a voice which had no resonance, the first words that had been uttered. "You must be very tired, Sylvia. You would better go and lie down. Your sister will go with you." He himself turned away and walked slowly towards the open door. Sylvia noticed that he shuffled his feet as he walked. Judith drew Sylvia away up the stairs to her own slant ceilinged room, and the two sat down on the bed side by side with clasped hands. Judith now told briefly the outline of what had happened. Sylvia listened, straining her swollen eyes to see her sister's face, wiping away the tears which ran incessantly down her pale, grimy cheeks, repressing her sobs to listen, although they broke out in one burst after another. Her mother had gone down very suddenly, and they had cabled at once. Then she grew better. She had been unspeakably brave, fighting the disease by sheer will power. She had conquered it. She was gaining. They were sorry they had cabled Sylvia. She had not known she was going to die. None of them had dreamed she was going to die. Suddenly, as the worst of her disease had spent itself and the lungs were beginning to clear, suddenly her heart had given way, and before the nurse could call her husband and children to her, she was gone. They had been there under the same roof and had not been with her at the last. The last time they had seen her, she was alive and smiling at them, such a brave, wan shadow of her usual smile. For a few moments they went about their affairs, full of hope, and when they entered the sick room again, Sylvia could bear no more, screaming out, motioning Judith imperiously to stop. She began to understand what had happened to her. The words she had repeated so dully were like thunder in her ears. Her mother was dead. Judith took her sister again in her arms, holding her close, as though she were the older. Sylvia was weeping again, the furious, healing, inexhaustible tears of youth. To both the sisters it seemed that they were passing an hour of supreme bitterness, but their strong young hearts, clinging with unconscious tenacity to their right to joy, were at the moment painfully opening and expanding beyond the narrow bounds of childhood. Henceforth they were to be great enough to harbor joy, a greater joy, and sorrow side by side. Moreover, as though their action loving mother were still watching over them, they found themselves confronted at once with an inexorable demand for their strength and courage. Judith detached herself, and said in a firm voice, "Sylvia, you mustn't cry any more. We must think what to do." As Sylvia looked at her blankly, she went on: "Somehow Lawrence must be taken away for a while, until Father's. Either you or I must go with him and stay, and the other one be here with Father until he's more like himself." Sylvia, fresh from the desolation of solitude and sorrow, cried out: "Oh, Judith, how can you! Now's the time for us all to stay together. Why should we—" Judith went to the door and closed it before answering, a precaution so extraordinary in that house of frank openness that Sylvia was struck into silence by it. Standing by the door, Judith said in a low tone: "You didn't notice anything about Father?" "Oh, yes, he looks ill. He is so pale. He frightened me." Judith looked down at the floor and was silent a moment. Sylvia's heart began to beat fast with a new foreboding. "Why, what is the matter with—" she began. Judith covered her face with her hands. "I don't know what to do," she said despairingly. No phrase coming from Judith could have struck a more piercing alarm into her sister's heart. She ran to Judith, pulled her hands down, and looked into her face anxiously. "What do you mean, Judy? What do you mean?" "Why, it's 5 days now since Mother died, 3 days since the funeral, and Father has hardly eaten a mouthful. And I don't think he's slept at all. I know he hasn't taken his clothes off. And," she drew Sylvia again to the bed, and sat down beside her, "he says such things. The night after Mother died, Lawrence had cried so I was afraid he would be sick, and I got him to bed and gave him some hot milk." The thought flashed from one to the other almost palpably. "That is what Mother would have done. And he went to sleep. He was perfectly worn out. I went downstairs to find Father. It was after midnight. He was walking around the house into one room after another, and out on the porch, and even out in the garden, as fast as he could walk. He looked so—" she shuddered. "I went up to him and said, 'Father, Father, what are you doing?' He never stopped walking an instant, but he said, as though I was a total stranger and we were in a railway station or somewhere like that, 'I am looking for my wife. I expect to come across her any moment. But I can't seem to remember the exact place I was to meet her. She must be somewhere about, and I suppose—' And then, Sylvia, before I could help it, he opened the door to Mother's room, quick! And the men were there, and the coffin." She stopped short, pressing her hand tightly over her mouth to stop its quivering. Sylvia gazed at her in horrified silence. After a pause, Judith went on. He turned around and ran as fast as he could up the stairs to his study and locked the door. He'd locked me out, the night after Mother died. I called and called to him. He didn't answer. I was afraid to call very loud for fear of waking Lawrence. I I've had to think of Lawrence too." She stopped again to draw a long breath. She stopped and suddenly reached out imploring hands to hold fast to Sylvia. "I'm so glad you have come," she murmured. This, from Judith, ran like a galvanic shock through Sylvia's sorrow-sodden heart. She sat up, aroused as she had never been before, to its stern impulse to resist her emotion, to fight it down. She clasped Judith's hand hard, and felt the tears dry in her eyes. Judith went on: "If it hadn't been for Lawrence, he's sick as it is. I've kept him in his room. Twice when he's been asleep I've managed to get Father to eat something and lie down. There seem to be times when he's so worn out that he doesn't know what he's doing. But it comes back to him. One night I had just persuaded him to lie down, when he sat up again with that dreadful face, and said very loud, 'Where is my wife? Where is Barbara?' That was on the night after the funeral. And the next day he came to me out in the garden and said, 'He never seems to know who I am. I don't mind the separation from my wife, you understand. It's not that. I'm not a child. I can endure that. But I must know where she is. I must know where she is.' He said it over and over until his voice got so loud he seemed to hear it himself and looked around. And then he went back into the house and began walking all around, opening and shutting all the doors. What I'm afraid of is his meeting Lawrence and saying something like that. Lawrence would go crazy. I thought, as soon as you came, you could take him away to the Helman farm. The Helmans have been so good, and Mrs. Helman offered to take Lawrence, only he oughtn't to be alone. He needs one of us." Judith was quiet now, and though very pale, spoke with her usual firmness. Sylvia too felt herself iron under the pressure of her responsibilities. She said, "Yes, I see. All right, I'll go." And the two went together into Lawrence's room. He was lying on the bed, his face in the pillows. At the sound of their steps he turned over and showed a pitiful white face. He got up and moved uncertainly towards Sylvia, sinking into her arms and burying his face on her shoulder. But a little later, when their plan was told him, he turned to Judith with a cry: "No! You go with me, Judy! I want you! You know about it!" Over his head the sisters looked at each other with questioning eyes, and Sylvia nodded her consent. Lawrence had always belonged to Judith. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of The Bent Twig by Dorothy Canfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 42. "Strange that we creatures of the petty ways, Poor prisoners behind these fleshly bars, Can sometimes think us thoughts with God ablaze, Touching the fringes of the outer stars." Unquote. And so they went away, Lawrence very white, stooping with the weight of his suitcase, his young eyes blurred and red, turned upon Judith with an infinite confidence in her strength. Judith herself was pale, but her eyes were dry and her lips firm in her grave, steadfast face, so like her mother's, except for the absence of the glint of humor. Sylvia kissed her good bye, feeling almost a little fear of her resolute sister, but as she watched them go down the path, and noted the appealing drooping of the boy towards Judith, Sylvia was swept with a great wave of love and admiration and courage. She turned to face the difficult days and nights before her, and forced herself to speak cheerfully to her father, who sat in a chair on the porch, watching the departing travelers and not seeing them. "How splendid Judith is!" she cried, and went on with a break in the voice she tried to control. "She will take Mother's place for us all." Her father frowned slightly, as though she had interrupted him in some effort where concentration was necessary, but otherwise gave no sign that he heard her. Sylvia watched him anxiously through the window. Presently she saw him relax from his position of strained attention with a great sigh, almost a groan, and lean back in his chair, covering his eyes with his hands. When he took them down, his face had the aged, ravaged expression of exhaustion which had so startled her on her arrival. Now she felt none of her frightened revulsion, but only an aching pity which sent her out to him in a rush, her arms outstretched, crying to him brokenly that he still had his children who loved him more than anything in the world. For the first time in her life, her father repelled her, shrinking away from her with a brusque, involuntary recoil that shocked her. Thrusting her arms roughly to one side, and rising up hastily to retreat into the house, he said in a bitter, recriminating tone, "You don't know what you are talking about," and left her standing there, the tears frozen in her eyes. He went heavily upstairs to his study on the top floor and locked the door. Sylvia heard the key turn. It shut her into an intolerable solitude. She had not thought before that anything could seem worse than the desolation of her mother's absence. She felt a death-like sinking of her heart. She was afraid of her father, who no longer seemed her father, created to protect and cherish her, but some maniac stranger. She felt an impulse like that of a terrified child to run away, far away to some one who should stand before her and bear the brunt. She started up from her chair with panic haste, but the familiar room, saturated with recollections of her mother's gallant spirit, stood about her like a wall, shutting her in to the battle with her heart. Who was there to summon whom she could endure as a spectator of her father's condition? Her mother's empty chair stood opposite her, against the wall. She looked at it fixedly, and drawing a long breath, sat down quietly. This act of courage brought a reward in the shape of a relaxation of the clutch on her throat and about her heart. Her mother's wise materialism came to her mind now, and she made a heartsick resolve that she would lead as physically normal a life as possible, working out of doors, forcing herself to eat, and that, above all things, she would henceforth deny herself the weakening luxury of tears. And yet, but an hour later, as she bent over her mother's flower beds, blazing in the sun, she found the tears again streaming from her eyes. She tried to wipe them away, but they continued to rain down on her cheeks. Her tongue knew their saltness. She was profoundly alarmed and cowed by this irresistible weakness, and stood helplessly at bay among the languid roses. The sensation of her own utter weakness, prostrate before her dire need for strength, was as bitter as the taste of her tears. She stood there among the sun-warmed flowers, looking like a symbolic figure of youth triumphant, and she felt herself to be in a black and windowless prison, where the very earth under her feet was treacherous, where everything betrayed her. Then out of her need, her very great need, out of the wide and empty spaces of her inculcated unbelief, something rose up and overwhelmed her. The force stronger than herself, which she had longed to feel, blew upon her like a wind out of eternity. She found herself on her knees, her face hidden in her hands, sending out a passionate cry which transcended words. The child of the 20th century, who had been taught not to pray, was praying. She did not know how long she knelt there before the world emerged from the white glory which had whirled down upon it and hidden it from her. But when she came to herself, her eyes were dry, and the weakening impulse to tears had gone. She stretched out her hands before her, and they did not tremble. The force stronger than herself was now in her own heart. From her mother's garden there rose a strong, fragrant exhalation, as sweet as honey. For more than an hour Sylvia worked steadily among the flowers, consciously wrought upon by the healing emanations from the crushed, spicy leaves, the warm earth, and the hot, pure breath of the summer wind on her face. Once she had a passing fancy that her mother stood near her, smiling. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of The Bent Twig by Dorothy Canfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 43. Quote, "Call now, is there any that will answer thee?" Unquote. From Job. When she went back to the silent, echoing house, she felt calmer than at any time since she had read the telegram in Naples. She did not stop to wash her earth-stained hands, but went directly up the stairs to the locked door at the top. She did not knock this time. She stood outside and said authoritatively in a clear, strong voice, the sound of which surprised her, "Father dear, please open the door and let me in." There was a pause, and then a shuffle of feet. The door opened and Professor Marshall appeared, his face very white under the thick stubble of his gray, unshaven beard, his shoulders bowed, his head hanging. Sylvia went to his side and took his hand firmly in hers, and said quietly, "Father, you must eat something. You haven't taken a bit of food in 2 days. And then you must lie down and rest." She poured all of her new strength into these quietly issued commands, and permitted herself no moment's doubt of his obedience to them. He lifted his head, looked at her, and allowed her to lead him down the stairs and again into the dining room. Here he sat, quite spent, staring before him until Sylvia returned from the kitchen with a plate of cold meat and some bread. She sat down beside him, putting out again consciously all her strength, and set the knife and fork in his nerveless hands. In the gentle monologue with which she accompanied his meal, she did not mention her mother, or anything but slight, casual matters about the house and garden. She found herself speaking in a hushed tone, as though not to awake a sleeping person. Although she sat quite quietly, her hands loosely folded on the table, her heart was thrilling and burning to a high resolve. "Now it is my turn to help my father." After he had eaten a few mouthfuls and laid down the knife and fork, she did not insist further, but rose to lead him to the couch in the living room. She dared not risk his own room, the bed on which her mother had died. "Now you must lie down and rest, Father," she said, loosening his clothes and unlacing his shoes as though he had been a sick child. He let her do what she would, and as she pushed him gently back, he yielded and lay down at full length. Sylvia sat down beside him, feeling her strength ebbing. Her father lay on his back, his eyes wide open. On the ceiling above him a circular flicker of light danced and shimmered, reflected from a glass of water on the table. His eyes fastened upon this, at first unwinkingly, with a fixed intensity, and later with dropped lids and half upturned eyeballs. He was quite quiet, and finally seemed asleep, although the line of white between his eyelids made Sylvia shudder. With the disappearance of the instant need for self-control and firmness, she felt an immense fatigue. It had cost her dearly, this victory, slight as it was. She drooped in her chair, exhausted and undone. She looked down at the ash gray, haggard face on the pillow, trying to find in those ravaged features her splendidly life-loving father. It was so quiet that she could hear the big clock in the dining room ticking loudly, and half consciously she began to count the swings of the pendulum: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. She awoke to darkness and the sound of her mother's name loudly screamed. She started up, not remembering where she was, astonished to find herself sitting in a chair. As she stood bewildered in the dark, the clock in the dining room struck 2. At once, From a little distance, outside the window apparently, she heard the same wild cry ringing in her ears: "Barbara!" All the blood in her body congealed, and the hair on her head seemed to stir itself in the instant before she recognized her father's voice. The great impulse of devotion which had entered her heart in the garden still governed her. Now she was not afraid. She did not think of running away. She only knew that she must find her father quickly and take care of him. Outside on the porch, the glimmering light from the stars showed her his figure, standing by one of the pillars, leaning forward, one hand to his ear. As she came out of the door, he dropped his hand, threw back his head, and again sent out an agonizing cry: "Barbara! Where are you?" It was not the broken wail of despair. It was the strong, searching cry of a lost child who thinks trustingly that if he but screams loudly enough, his mother must hear him and come, and yet who is horribly frightened because she does not answer. But this was a man in his full strength who called. It seemed the sound must reach beyond the stars. Sylvia felt her very bones ringing with it. She went along the porch to her father and laid her hand on his arm. Through his sleeve she could feel how tense and knotted were the muscles. "Oh, Father, don't!" she said in a low tone. He shook her off, roughly, but did not turn his head or look at her. Sylvia hesitated, not daring to leave him and not daring to try to draw him away, and again was shaken by that terrible cry. The intensity of his listening attitude seemed to hush into breathlessness the very night about him, as it did Sylvia. There was not a sound from the trees. They stood motionless, as though carved in wood. Not a bird fluttered a wing, not a night insect shrilled. The brook, dried by the summer heat to a thread, crept by noiselessly. As once more the frantic cry resounded, it seemed to pierce this opaque silence like a palpable missile, and to wing its way without hindrance up to the stars. Not the faintest murmur came in answer. The silence shut down again, stifling. Sylvia and her father stood as though in the vacuum of a great bell glass, which shut them away from the rustling, breathing, living world. Sylvia said again, imploringly, "Oh, Father!" He looked at her angrily, sprang from the porch, and walked rapidly towards the road, stumbling and tripping over the laces of his shoes, which Sylvia had loosened when she had persuaded him to lie down. Sylvia ran after him, her long bounds bringing her up to his side in a moment. The motion sent the blood racing through her stiffened limbs again. She drew a long breath of liberation. As she stepped along beside her father, peering in the starlight at his dreadful face, half expecting him to turn and strike her at any moment, she felt an immense relief. The noise of their feet on the path was like a sane voice of reality. Anything was more endurable than to stand silent and motionless and hear that screaming call lose itself in the grimly unanswering distance. They were on the main road now, walking so swiftly in the hot summer night. Sylvia felt her forehead beaded and her light dress cling to her moist body. She took her father's hand. It was parched like a sick man's, the skin like a dry husk. After this they walked hand in hand. Professor Marshall continued to walk rapidly, scuffling in his loose, unlaced shoes. They passed barns and farmhouses, the latter sleeping black in the starlight with darkened windows. In one, a poor little shack of 2 rooms, there was a lighted pane, and as they passed, Sylvia heard the sick wail of a little child. The sound pierced her heart. She longed to go in and put her arms about the mother. Now she understood. She tightened her hold on her father's hand and lifted it to her lips. He suffered this with no appearance of his former anger, and soon after Sylvia was aware that his gait was slackening. She looked at him searchingly and saw that he had swung from unnatural tension to spent exhaustion. His head was hanging, and as he walked he wavered. She put her hand under his elbow and turned him about on the road. "Now we will go home," she said, drawing his arm through hers. He made no resistance, not seeming to know what she had done, and shuffled along wearily, leaning all his weight on her arm. She braced herself against this drag and led him slowly back, wiping her face from time to time with her sleeve. There were moments when she thought she must let him sink on the road, but she fought through these, and as the sky was turning faintly gray over their heads and the implacably silent stars were disappearing in this pale light, the two stumbled up the walk to the porch. Professor Marshall let himself be lowered into the steamer chair. Sylvia stood by him until she was sure he would not stir, and then hurried into the kitchen. In a few moments she brought him a cup of hot coffee and a piece of bread. He drank the one and ate the other without protest. She set the tray down and put a pillow under her father's head, raising the footrest. He did not resist her. His head fell back on the pillow, but his eyes did not close. They were fixed on a distant point in the sky. Sylvia tiptoed away into the house and sank down shivering into a chair. A great fit of trembling and nausea came over her. She rose, walked into the kitchen, her footsteps sounding in her ears like her mother's. There was some coffee left, which she drank resolutely, and she cooked an egg and forced it down, her mother's precepts loud in her ears. Whatever else happened, she must have her body in condition to be of use. After this, she went out to the porch again and lay down in the hammock near her father. The dawn had brightened into gold, and the sun was showing on the distant, level, green horizon line. It was almost the first moment of physical relaxation she had known, and to her immense, her awed astonishment, it was instantly filled with a pure, clear brilliance, the knowledge that Austin Page lived and loved her. It was the first, it was the only time she thought of anything but her father, and this was not a thought, it was a vision. In the chaos about her, a great sunlit rock had emerged. She laid hold on it, and knew that she would not sink. But now, she must think of nothing but her father. There was no one else who could help her father. Could she? Could any one? She herself, since her prayer among the roses, cherished in her darkened heart a hope of dawn. But how could she tell her father of that? Even if she had been able to force him to listen to her, she had nothing that words could say, nothing but the recollection of that burning hour in the garden to set against the teachings of a lifetime. That had changed life for her. But what could it mean to her father? How could she tell him of what was only a wordless radiance? Her father had taught her that death meant the return of the spirit to the great impersonal river of life. If the spirit had been superb and splendid, like her mother's, the river of life was the brighter for it. But that was all. Her mother had lived and now lived no more. That was what they had tried to teach her to believe. That was what her father had taught her, without, it now appeared, believing it himself. And yet she divined that it was not he who would not, but that he could not now believe it. He was like a man set in a vacuum fighting for the air without which life is impossible. And she knew no way to break the imprisoning wall and let in air for him. Was there, indeed, any air outside? There must be, or the race could not live from one generation to the next. Every one whose love had encountered death must have found an air to breathe or have died. Constantly, through all these thoughts, that day and for many days and months to come, there rang the sound of her mother's name, screamed aloud. She heard it as though she were again standing by her father under the stars, and there had been no answer. She felt the tears stinging at her eyelids and sat up, terrified at the idea that her weakness was about to overtake her. She would go again out to the garden where she had found strength before. The morning sun was now hot and glaring in the eastern sky. End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of The Bent Twig by Dorothy Canfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 44. Quote, "A bruised reed will he not break, and a dimly burning wick will he not quench." Unquote. From Isaiah. As she stepped down the path, she saw a battered black straw hat on the other side of the hedge. Cousin Parnelia's worn old face and dim eyes looked at her through the gate. Under her arm she held planchette. Sylvia stepped through the gate and drew it in hostility shut back of her. "What is it, Cousin Parnelia?" she said challengingly, determined to protect her father. The elder woman's face was all aglow. "Oh, my dear, I've had such a wonderful message from your dear mother. Last night." Sylvia recoiled from the mad old creature. She could not bear to have her sane, calm, strong mother's name on those lips. Cousin Parnelia went on, full of confidence. "I was sound asleep last night when I was awakened by the clock striking two. It sounded so loud that I thought somebody had called to me. I sat up in bed and said, 'What is it?' And then I felt a great longing to have planchette write. I got out of bed in my nightgown and sat down in the dark at the table. Planchette wrote so fast that I could hardly keep up with it. And when it stopped, I lighted a match and see, here, in your mother's very handwriting." Fervently she held the bit of paper up for Sylvia to see. The girl cast a hostile look at the paper and saw that the writing on it was the usual scrawl produced by Cousin Parnelia, hardly legible, and resembling anything rather than her mother's handwriting. "Read it, read it! It is too beautiful!" quivered the other. "And then let me show it to your father. It was meant for him." Sylvia shook like a roughly plucked fiddle string. She seized the wrinkled old hand fiercely. "Cousin Parnelia, I forbid you going anywhere near my father. You know as well as I do how intensely he has always detested spiritualism. To see you might be the thing that would—" The old woman broke in, protesting, her hat falling to one side, her brown, false front sliding with it and showing the thin, gray hairs beneath. "But Sylvia, this is the very thing that would save him. Such a beautiful, beautiful message from your mother. See! In her own handwriting." Sylvia snatched the sheet of yellow paper. "That's not my mother's handwriting! Do you think I am as crazy as you are?" She tore the paper into shreds and scattered them from her, feeling a relief in the violence of her action. The next moment she remembered how patient her mother had always been with her daft kinswoman, and seeing tears in the blurred old eyes, went to put placating arms about the other's neck. "Never mind, Cousin Parnelia," she said with a vague kindness. "I know you mean to do what's right. Only we don't believe as you do, and Father must not be excited." She turned sick as she spoke and shrank away from the hedge, carrying her small old cousin with her. Above the hedge appeared her father's gray face and burning eyes. He was not looking at her, but at Cousin Parnelia, who now sprang forward, crying that she had a beautiful, beautiful message from Cousin Barbara. "It came last night at 2 o'clock, just after the clock struck two." Professor Marshall looked quickly at his daughter, and she saw that he too had heard the clock striking in the dreadful night, and that he noted the coincidence. "Just after the clock struck two, she wrote the loveliest message for you with planchette. Sylvia tore it up, but I'm sure that if we try with faith, she will repeat it." Professor Marshall's eyes were fixed on his wife's old cousin. "Come in," he said in a hoarse voice. They were almost the first words Sylvia had heard him say. Cousin Parnelia hastened up the path to the house. Sylvia followed with her father, at the last extremity of agitation and perplexity. When Cousin Parnelia reached the dining room table, she sat down by it, pushed the cloth to one side, and produced a fresh sheet of yellow paper from her shabby bag. "Put yourselves in a receptive frame of mind," she said in a glib, professional manner. Sylvia stiffened and tried to draw her father away, but he continued to stand by the table, staring at the blank sheet of paper with a strange, wild expression on his white face. He did not take his eyes from the paper. In a moment he sat down suddenly, as though his knees had failed him. There was a long silence, in which Sylvia could hear the roaring of the blood in her arteries. Cousin Parnelia put one deeply veined, shrunken old hand on planchette and the other over her eyes, and waited, her wrinkled, commonplace old face assuming a solemn expression of importance. The clock ticked loudly. Planchette began to write, at first in meaningless flourishes, then with occasional words, and finally Sylvia saw streaming away from the pencil the usual loose, scrawling handwriting. Several lines were written, and then the pencil stopped abruptly. Sylvia, standing near her father, heard his breathing grow loud and saw in a panic that the veins on his temples were swollen. Cousin Parnelia took her hand off planchette, put on her spectacles, read over what had been written, and gave it to Professor Marshall. Sylvia was in such a state of bewilderment that nothing her father could have done would have surprised her. She half expected to see him dash the paper in the old woman's face, half thought that any moment he would fall, choking with apoplexy. What he did was to take the paper and try to hold it steadily enough to read, but his hand shook terribly. "I will read it to you," said Cousin Parnelia, and she read aloud in her monotonous, illiterate voice. "I am well and happy, dearest Elliott, and never far from you. When you call to me, I hear you. All is not yet clear, but I wish I could tell you more of the whole meaning. I am near you this moment. I wish that—" "The message stopped there," explained Cousin Parnelia, laying down the paper. Professor Marshall leaned over it, straining his eyes to the rude scrawls, passing his hand over his forehead as though to brush away a web. He broke out in a loud, high voice: "That is her handwriting! Good God, her very handwriting! The way she writes Elliott! It is from her!" He snatched the paper up and took it to the window, stumbling over the chairs blindly as he went. As he held it up to the light, poring over it again, he began to weep, crying out his wife's name softly, the tears streaming down his unshaven cheeks. He came back to the table and sank down before it, still sobbing, still murmuring incessantly, "Oh, Barbara, Barbara!" and laid his head on his outstretched arms. "Let him cry," whispered Cousin Parnelia sentimentally to Sylvia, drawing her away into the hall. A few minutes later, when they looked in, he had fallen asleep, his head turned to one side so that Sylvia saw his face, tear-stained and exhausted, but utterly relaxed and at peace, like that of a little child in sleep. Crushed in one hand was the yellow sheet of paper covered with coarse, wavering marks. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of The Bent Twig by Dorothy Canfield. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 45. Quote, "That our soul may swim, we sink our heart down, bubbling under wave." Unquote. The two sisters, their pale faces grave in the shadow of their wide hats, were on their knees with trowels in a border of their mother's garden. Judith had been giving a report of Lawrence's condition, and Sylvia was just finishing an account of what had happened at home, when the gate in the osage orange hedge clicked, and a blue uniformed boy came whistling up the path. He made an enquiry as to names, and handed Sylvia an envelope. She opened it, read silently: "Am starting for America, and you at once. Felix." She stood looking at the paper for a moment, her face quite unmoved from its quiet sadness. The boy asked, "Any answer?" "No," she said decisively, shaking her head. "No answer." As he lingered, lighting a cigarette, she put a question in her turn. "Anything to pay?" "No," said the boy, putting the cigarette box back in his pocket. "Nothing to pay." He produced a worn and greasy book. "Sign on this line," he said. And after she had signed he went away down the path, whistling. The transaction was complete. Sylvia looked after the retreating figure and then turned to Judith as though there had been no interruption. "And you can see for yourself how little use I am to him now. Since he got Cousin Parnelia in the house, there's nothing anybody else could do for him. Even you couldn't, if you could leave Lawrence. Not for a while, anyhow. I suppose he'll come slowly out of this to be himself again, but I'm not sure that he will. And for now, I actually believe that he'd be easier in his mind if we were both away. I never breathe a word of criticism about Planchette, of course. But he knows. There's that much left of his old self. He knows how I must feel. He's really ever so much better, too, you know. He's taken up his classes in the summer school again. He said he had a message from Mother that he was to go back to his work bravely, and the very next day he went over to the campus and taught all his classes as though nothing had happened. Isn't it awfully, terribly touching to see how even such a poor, incoherent make believe of a message from Mother has more power to calm him than anything we could do with our whole hearts? But how can he? I can't understand it. I can't bear it. To come in on him and Cousin Parnelia in their evenings, and see them bent over that grotesque planchette, and have him look up at me so defiantly, as though he were just setting his teeth, and saying he wouldn't care what I thought of him. He doesn't really care either. He doesn't think of anything but of having evening come when he can get another message from Mother. Mother!" "Well, perhaps it would be as well for us not to be here for a while," murmured Judith. There were deep dark rings under her eyes, as though she had slept badly for a long time. "Perhaps it may be better later on. I can take Lawrence back with me when I go to the hospital. I want to keep him near me, of course. Dear little Lawrence, my little boy. He'll be my life now. He'll be what I have to live for." Something in the quality of her quiet voice sent a chill to Sylvia's heart. "Why, Judy dear, after you are married, of course you and Arnold can keep Lawrence with you. That'll be the best for him, a real home with you. Oh, Judy dear." She laid down her trowel, fighting hard against a curious sickness which rose within her. She tried to speak lightly. "Oh, Judy dear, when are you going to be married? Or don't you want to speak about it now? For a while? You never write long letters, I know, but your late ones haven't had any news in them. You positively haven't so much as mentioned Arnold's name lately." As she spoke, she knew that she was voicing an uneasiness which had been an unacknowledged occupant of her mind for a long time, but she looked confidently to see one of Judith's concise, comprehensive statements make her dim apprehensions seem fantastic and far-fetched, as Judith always made any flight of the imagination appear. But nothing which Sylvia's imagination might have been able to conceive would have struck her such a blow as the fact which Judith now produced, in a dry, curt phrase: "I'm not going to be married." Sylvia did not believe her ears. She looked up wildly as Judith rose from the ground and advanced upon her sister with a stern white face. Before she had finished speaking, she had said more than Sylvia had ever heard her say about a matter personal to her. But even so, her iron words were few. "Sylvia, I want to tell you about it, of course. I've got to. But I won't say a word, unless you can keep quiet and not make a fuss. I couldn't stand that. I've got all I can stand as it is." She stood by an apple tree, and now broke from it a small, leafy branch, which she held as she spoke. There was something shocking in the contrast between the steady rigor of her voice and the fury of her fingers as they tore and stripped and shredded the leaves. "Arnold is an incurable alcoholic," she said. "Dr. Rivdale has pronounced him hopeless. Dr. Charton and Dr. Pansard, they're the best specialists in that line, have had him under observation, and they say the same thing. He's had 3 dreadful attacks lately. We None of their treatment does any good. It's been going on too long, from the time he was first sent away to school at 14, alone. There was an inherited tendency, anyhow. Nobody took it seriously, that and the other things boys with too much money do. Apparently everybody thought it was just the way boys are. If anybody thought anything about it, except that it was a bother, he never had anybody, you know, never anybody who her voice rose, threatened to break. She stopped, swallowed hard, and began again. The trouble is, he has no constitution left, nothing for a doctor to work with. It's not Arnold's fault. If he had come out to us, that time in Chicago when he wanted to, he could, with Mother to her steady voice gave way abruptly. She cast the ravaged, leafless branch violently to the ground and stood looking down at it. There was not a fleck of color in her beautiful, stony face. Sylvia concentrated all her will power on an effort to speak as Judith would have her, quietly, without heroics, but when she broke her silence, she found that she had no control of her voice. She tried to say, "But Judith, dear, if Arnold is like that, doesn't he need you more than ever? You are a nurse. How can you abandon him now?" But she could produce only a few broken, inarticulate words in a choking voice before she was obliged to stop short, lest she burst out in the flood of horror which Judith had forbidden. Broken and inarticulate as they were, Judith knew what was the meaning of those words. The corners of her mouth twitched uncontrollably. She bit her marble lower lip repeatedly before she could bring out the few short phrases which fell like clods on a coffin. "If I, if we, Arnold and I are in love with each other." She stopped, drew a painful breath and said again, "Arnold and I are in love with each other. Do you know what that means? He is the only man I could not take care of. Arnold! If I should try, we would soon be married or lovers. If we were married or lovers, we would soon have—" She had overestimated her strength. Even she was not strong enough to go on. She sat down on the ground, putting her long arms around her knees, and buried her face in them. She was not weeping. She sat as still as though carved in stone. Sylvia herself was beyond tears. She sat looking down at the moist earth on the trowel she held, drying visibly in the hot sun, turning to dust, and falling away in a crumbling, impalpable powder. It was like seeing a picture of her heart. She thought of Arnold with an indignant, passionate pity. How could Judith? But she was so close to Judith's suffering that she felt the dreadful rigidity of her body. The flat, dead tones of the man in the Pantheon were in her ears. It seemed to her that life was an adventure perilous and awful beyond imagination. There was no force to cope with it, save absolute integrity. Everything else was a vain and foolish delusion, a two-edged sword which wounded the wielding hand. She did not move closer to Judith, she did not put out her hand. Judith would not like that. She sat quite motionless, looking into black abysses of pain, of responsibilities not met, feeling press upon her the terrifying closeness of all human beings to all other human beings. There in the sun of June a cold sweat stood on her forehead. But then she drew a long breath. Why, there was Austin! The anguished contraction of her heart relaxed. The warm blood flowed again through her veins. There was Austin! She was rewarded for her effort to bring herself to Judith's ways, when presently her sister moved and reached out blindly for her hand. At this she opened her arms and took Judith in. No word was spoken. Their mother was there with them. Sylvia looked out over the proud, dark head now heavy on her bosom, and felt herself years older. She did not try to speak. She had nothing to say. There was nothing she could do except to hold Judith and love her. There was nothing, nothing left but love. End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of The Bent Twig by Dorothy Canfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 46. A Long Talk with Arnold. The tall, lean young man, sitting his galloping horse very slackly, riding fast with a recklessly loose rein, and staring with bloodshot eyes down at the dust of the road, gave an exclamation, brought the mare upon her haunches, and sprang down from the saddle. A woman, young, tall, grave, set like a pearl in her black mourning dress, stood up from the roadside brook and advanced to meet him. They looked at each other as people do who meet after death has passed by. They stammered vague words, their eyes brimming. "I she was always so good to me," said Arnold, his voice breaking and quavering as he wrung Sylvia's hand again and again. "I never saw much of her, I know. But when I was a little boy, I used to dream about her at night." His thin, sallow face flushed with his earnestness. "I don't believe, honestly, Sylvia, I don't believe her own children loved her any more than I did. I've thought so many times how different everything would have been if I don't suppose you remember, but years ago when you and she were in Chicago, I ran away from school to go out there and ask if—" Sylvia remembered, had thought of nothing else from the moment she had seen far down the road the horseman vainly fleeing the black beast on his crupper. She shook her head now, her hand at her throat, and motioned him to silence. "Don't, don't!" she said urgently. "Yes, I remember." There was a moment's silence, filled by the murmur of the little brook at their feet. The mare, which had been drinking deeply, now lifted her head, the water running from the corners of her mouth. She gave a deep breath of satisfaction, and began cropping the dense green grass which grew between the water and the road. Her master tossed the reins over the pommel and let her go. He began speaking again on a different note. "But Sylvia, what in the world— Here, can't we go up under those trees a few minutes and have a talk? I can keep my eye on the mare." As they took the few steps, he asked again, "How ever does it happen that you're here at Lydford Junction, of all awful holes?" Sylvia took an abrupt resolution, sat down on the pine needles, and said very directly, "I am on my way to Austin Farm to see if Austin Page still wants to marry me." Her manner had the austere simplicity of one who has been moving in great and grave emotions. Arnold spoke with an involuntary quickness. "But you've heard, haven't you, about his giving up all his Colorado—" Sylvia flushed a deep crimson, and paid with a moment of bitter, shamed resentment for the other bygone moments of calculation. "Yes, yes, of course." She spoke with a stern impatience. "Did you suppose it was for his fortune that—" She paused and said humbly, "Of course, it's natural that you should think that of me." Arnold attempted no self exculpation. He sat down by her, his riding crop across his knees. "Could you? Do you feel like telling me about it?" he asked. She nodded. It came to her like an inspiration that only if she opened her heart utterly to Arnold could he open his sore heart to her. "There's not much to tell. I don't know where to begin. Perhaps there's too much to tell. After all, I didn't know what any of it meant till now. It's the strangest thing, Arnold, how little people know what is growing strong in their lives. I suppose all the time I only liked him because he was so rich. I thought it must be so. I thought that was the kind of girl I was. And then, besides, perhaps you didn't know how much I'd liked Felix Morrison." Arnold nodded. "I sort of guessed so. You were awfully game then, Sylvia. You're game now. It's awfully white to fall in love with a man because he's rich, and then stick to him when he's—" Sylvia waved her hand impatiently. "Oh, you don't understand. It's not because I think I ought to. Heavens, no! Let me try to tell you. Listen. When the news came about this Colorado business, I was about crazy for a while. I just went to pieces. I knew I ought to answer his letter, but I couldn't. I see now, looking back, that I had just crumpled up under the weight of my weakness. I didn't know it then. I kept saying to myself that I was only putting off deciding till I could think more about it. But I know now that I had decided to give him up, never to see him again. Felix was there, you know. I decided to give Austin up because he wasn't rich any more. Did you know I was that base sort of a woman? Do you suppose he will ever be willing to take me back, now, after this long time? It's a month since I got his letter." Arnold bent his writing crop between his thin, nervous hands. "Are you sure now, Sylvia? Are you sure now, dead sure?" he asked. "It would be pretty hard on Austin if you afterwards. He's such a square, straight sort of a man. You ought to be awfully careful not to." Sylvia said quickly, her quiet voice vibrant, her face luminous, "Oh, Arnold, I could never tell you how sure I am. There just isn't anything else. Over there in Paris, I tried so hard to think about it, and I couldn't get anywhere at all. The more I tried, the baser I grew. The more I loved the things I'd have to give up, the more I hung on to them. Thinking didn't do a bit of good, though I almost killed myself thinking. Thinking! All I'd done was to think out an ingenious, low, mean compromise to justify myself in giving him up. And then, after Judith's cablegram came, I started home. Arnold, what a journey that was! And I found Mother was gone, just gone away forever. And I found Father out of his head with sorrow, and Judith told me about her trouble. It was like going through a long, black corridor. It seemed as though I'd never come out on the other side. But when I did, a door that I couldn't ever, ever break down, somehow it's been just quietly opened, and I've gone through it into the only place where it's worth living. It's the last thing Mother did for me, what nobody but Mother could have done. I don't want to go back. I couldn't if I wanted to. Those things don't matter to me now. I don't think they're wrong, the ease, the luxury, if you can have them without losing something finer. And I suppose some people's lives are arranged so they don't lose the finer. But mine wouldn't be. I see that now. And I don't care at all. It all seems so unimportant to me, what I was caring about before. Nothing matters now but Austin. He is the only thing that has lived on for me. I'm down on my knees with thankfulness that he just exists, even if he can't forgive me, even if he doesn't care for me any more, even if I shouldn't ever see him again, even if he should die, he would be like Mother. He couldn't die for me. He's there. I know what he is. Somehow everything's all right, because there's Austin." She broke off, smiling palely and quietly at the man beside her. He raised his eyes to hers for an instant and then dropped them. Sylvia went on. "I don't pretend to know all the ins and outs of this Colorado business. It may be that it was quixotic on Austin's part. Maybe it has upset business conditions out there a lot. It's too complicated to be sure about how anything, I suppose, is likely to affect an industrial society. But I'm sure about how it has affected the people who live in the world. It's a great golden deed that has enriched everybody, not just Austin's coal miners, but everybody who had heard of it. The sky is higher because of it. Everybody has a new conception of the good that's possible. And then, for me, it means that a man who sees an obligation nobody else sees and meets it, why, with such a man to help, anybody, even a weak, fumbling person like me, can be sure of at least loyally trying to meet the debts life brings. It's awfully hard to know what they are and to meet them, and it's too horrible if you don't." She stopped, aware that the life of the man beside her was one of the unpaid debts so luridly present to her mind. "Sylvia," said Arnold, hesitating. "Sylvia, all this sounds so. Look here, are you sure you're in love with Austin?" She looked at him, her eyes steady as stars. "Aren't there as many ways of being in love as there are in people?" she asked. I don't know if it's what everybody would call being in love, but," she met his eyes, and unashamed, regally opened her heart to him with a look, "I can't live without Austin," she said quickly, in a low tone. He looked at her long and turned away. "Oh yes, you're in love with him all right," he murmured finally. "And I don't believe that the Colorado business or any of the rest of what you're saying has much to do with anything. Austin's a live man and you're in love with him, and that's all there is to it. You're lucky." He took out his handkerchief and wiped his forehead and the back of his neck. Sylvia, looking at him more closely, was shocked to see how thin and haggard was his face. He asked now, "Did you ever think that maybe what Austin was thinking about when he chucked the money was what you'd say, how you'd take it? I should imagine," he added with a faint smile, "that he is hard to please if he's not pretty well satisfied." Sylvia was startled. "No, why, no," she said. "I thought I'd looked at every single side of it, but I never dreamed of that." "Oh, I don't mean he did it for that. Lord, no. I suppose it's been in his mind for years. But afterwards, don't you suppose he thought he'd been run after for his money such a terrible lot, you know. Don't you suppose he thought he'd be sure of you one way or the other, about a million times surer than he could have been any other way? If you stuck by him, don't you see, with old Felix there with all his fascinations, plus Molly's money." He turned on her with a sudden confused wonder in his face. "God! What a time he took to do it! I hadn't realized all his nerve till this minute. He must have known what it meant, to leave you there with Felix, to risk losing you as well as any other man would have tried to marry you first, and then I well, what a dead game sport he was, and all for a lot of dirty Polacks who'd never laid eyes on him." He took his riding cap from his head and tossed it on the dry pine needles. Sylvia noticed that his dry, thin hair was already receding from his parchment-like forehead. There were innumerable fine lines about his eyes. One eyelid twitched spasmodically at intervals. He looked 10 years older than his age. He looked like a man who would fall like a rotten tree at the first breath of sickness. He now faced around to her with a return to everyday matters. "See here, Sylvia, I've just got it through my head. Are you waiting here for that 5:15 train to West Lydford, and then are you planning to walk out to the Austin farm? Great Scott! Don't do that in this heat. I'll just run back to the village and get a car, and take you there in half an hour." He rose to his feet, but Sylvia sprang up quickly, catching at his arm in a panic. "No, no, Arnold, you don't understand. I haven't written Austin a word. He doesn't know I'm coming. At first in Paris I couldn't, I was so despicable. And then afterwards I couldn't either, though it was all right then. There aren't any words. It's all too big, too deep to talk about. I didn't want to, either. I wanted to see him, to see if he's still, if he wants me now. He could write anything. He'd feel he'd have to. How would I ever know but that it was only because he thought he ought to? I thought I would just go to him all by myself, without his knowing I was coming. I can tell. The first moment he looks at me, I can tell. For all my life, I'll be sure, one way or the other. That first look, what's in him will show. He can't hide anything then, not even to be kind. I'll know. I'll know." Arnold sat down again with no comment. Evidently he understood. He leaned his head back against the rough bark of the pine and closed his eyes. There was a painful look of excessive fatigue about his whole person. He glanced up and caught Sylvia's compassionate gaze on him. "I haven't been sleeping very well lately," he said very dryly. "It breaks a fellow up to lose sleep." Sylvia nodded. Evidently he was not minded to speak of his own troubles. He had not mentioned Judith. She looked up thoughtfully at the well remembered high line of the mountain against the sky. Her mother's girlhood eyes had looked at that high line. She fell into a brooding meditation, and presently, obeying one of her sure instincts, she sat down by Arnold and began to talk to him about what she divined for the moment would most touch and move him. She began to talk about her mother. He was silent, his worn, sallow face impassive, but she knew he was listening. She told one incident after another of her mother's life, incidents which, she told him, she had noted at the time, incidents which were now windows in her own life, letting in the sunlight her mother loved so well. "All the time I was growing up, I was blind. I didn't see anything. I don't feel remorseful. I suppose that is the way children have to be. But I didn't see her. There were so many minor differences between us, tastes, interests. I always said hatefully to myself that Mother didn't understand me. And it was true, too. As if it matters! What if she didn't? She never talked morality to us, anyhow. She never talked much at all. She didn't need to. She was herself. No words would express that. She lived her life. And there it is now, there it always will be for me, food for me to live on. I thought she had died, but she had never been so living for me. She's part of me now, for always. And just because I see the meaning of her life, why, there's the meaning of mine as clear as morning. How can poor Father crave those messages from her? Everything is a message from her. We've lived with her. We have her in our hearts. It's all brightness when I think of her. And I see by that brightness what's in my heart, and that's Austin. Austin! On the name, her voice rose, expanded, soared, wonderfully rang in the ensuing silence. Arnold said slowly, without opening his eyes, "Yes, yes, I see. I see how it is all right with you and Austin. He's big enough for you, all of you. And Felix, he's not so bad either. But he has, after all, a yellow streak. Poor Felix." This brought up to Sylvia the recollection of the day, so short a time ago, when she had sat on the ground thus, much as she now sat next to Arnold and had felt Judith's body rigid and tense. There was nothing rigid about Arnold. He was relaxed in an exhausted passivity, a beaten man. Let what would befall, he seemed beyond feeling. She knew that probably never again, so life goes, could they speak together thus, like disembodied spirits, freed for once from the blinding, entangling, tragic web of self-consciousness. She wondered again if he would find it in his heart to speak to her of Judith. She remembered something else. She had meant to ask him if she could ever find words for her question. And she found that in that hour of high seriousness they came quite without effort. "Arnold, when I was in Paris, I met Professor Saunders. I ran across him by accident. He told me some dreadful things. I thought they couldn't all be true, but I wondered." Arnold opened his eyes and turned them on her. She saw again, as she had so many times, the honesty of them. They were bloodshot, yellowed, set deep in dark hollows, but it was a good gaze they gave. "Oh, don't take poor old Saunders too seriously. He went all to pieces in the end. He had a lot to say about Madrina, I suppose. I shouldn't pay much attention to it. Madrina's not such a bad lot as he makes her out. Madrina's all right if you don't want anything out of her. She's the way she is, that's all. It's not fair to blame her. We're all like that." He ended with a pregnant, explanatory phrase which fell with an immense significance on Sylvia's ears. "Madrina's all right when she's got what she wants." The girl pondered in silence on this characterization. After a time Arnold roused himself to say again, "I mean, she wouldn't go out of her way to hurt anybody for anything. She's not the kind that enjoys seeing other folks squirm. Only she wants things the way she wants them. Don't let anything old Saunders said worry you. I suppose he laid all my worthlessness at Madrina's door too. He'd got into that way of thinking, sort of dotty on the subject anyhow. He was terribly hard hit, you know. I don't deny either that Madrina did keep him strung on hot wire for several years. I don't suppose it occurred to her that there was any reason why she shouldn't if he were fool enough. I never could see that he wasn't some to blame too. All he had to do, all they, any of them, ever had to do, was to get out and stay out. Madrina'd never lift a finger to hinder. Even Saunders, I guess, would have had to admit that Madrina always had plenty of dignity. And as for me, great Scott, what could you expect a woman like Madrina to do with a boy like me? She never liked me, for one thing, and then I always bored her almost more than she could stand. But she never showed her impatience, never once. She's really awfully good-natured in her way. She wanted to make me into a salon sort of person, somebody who'd talk at her teas, converse, don't you know. You see me, don't you? It was hard on her. If she'd had you now, I always thought you were the only person in the world she ever really cared for. She does, you know. All this year you've been with her she's seemed so different, more like a real woman. Maybe she's had her troubles too. Maybe she's been deathly lonely. Don't you go back on her too hard. Madrina's no vampire. That's just old Saunders' addled wits. She's one of the nicest people in the world to live with, if you don't need her for anything. And she really does care a lot for you, Sylvia. That time out in Chicago, when we were all kids, when I wanted to go live with your mother, I remember that Madrina suggested to her, and Madrina would have done it in a minute too, she suggested that they change off. She take you to bring up, and I go out to live with your mother." He stopped to look at the woman beside him. "I don't know about you, Sylvia, but I guess it would have made some difference in my life." Sylvia drew back, horrified that he was even in thought, even for a moment, robbing her of her mother. "Oh, what I would have been! I can't bear to think of what kind of woman I would have been without my mother!" The idea was terrible to her. She shrank away from her aunt as never before in her life. The reminiscence brought an idea, evidently as deeply moving, into Arnold's mind. The words burst from him. "I might now be married to Judith!" He put his hands over his eyes and cast himself down among the pine needles. Sylvia spoke quickly lest she lose courage. "Arnold! Arnold! What are you going to do with yourself now? I'm so horribly anxious about you. I haven't dared speak before." He turned over and lay on his back, staring up into the dark green of the pine. "I'm going to drink myself to death as soon as I can," he said very quietly. "The doctors say it won't take long." She looked at his wasted face and gave a shocked, pitying exclamation, thinking that it would be illness and not drink which was to come to his rescue soon. He looked at her askance, with his bloodshot eyes. "Can you give me any single reason why I shouldn't?" he challenged her. Sylvia, the modern, had no answer. She murmured weakly, "Why must any of us try to be decent?" "That's for the rest of you," he said. "I'm counted out. The sooner I get myself out of the way, the better for everybody. That's what Judith thinks." The bitterness of his last phrase was savage. Sylvia cried out against it. "Arnold, that's cruel of you! It's killing Judith!" "She can't care for me," he said, with a deep, burning resentment. "She can't ever have cared a rap, or she wouldn't be able to." Sylvia would not allow him to go on. "You must not say such a thing, Arnold. You know Judith's only reason is she feels if she had children, and they were." He interrupted her with an ugly hardness. "Oh, I know what her reason is, all right. It's the latest fad. Any magazine article can tell you all about it. And I don't take any stock in it, I tell you. It's just insanity to try to guess at every last obligation you may possibly have. You've got to live your life, and have some nerve about it. If Judith and I love each other, what is it to anybody else if we get married? Maybe we wouldn't have any children. Maybe they'd be all right. How could they be anything else with Judith for their mother? And anyhow, leave that to them. Let them take care of themselves. We've had to do for ourselves. What the devil did my father do for me, I'd like to know, that I should die to keep my children unborn? My mother was a country girl from up here in the mountains. Since I've been staying here winters, I've met some of her people. Her aunt told me that my father was as drunk as a lord on his wedding night. What did he think of his son? Why should I think of mine?" He was so evidently talking wildly, desperately, that Sylvia made no attempt to stop him, divining with an aching pity what lay under his dreadful words. But when he said again, "It's simply that Judith doesn't care enough about me to stick by me now I'm down and out. She can't bear me in her narrow little good world," Judith's sister could keep her silence no more. "Look here, Arnold, I haven't meant to tell you, but I can't have you thinking that. Listen, you know Judith, how splendid and self-controlled she is. She went all through the sorrow of Mother's death without once breaking down, not once. But the night before I started to come here, in the middle of the night, I heard such a sound from Judith's room. It frightened me so I could hardly get my breath. It was Judith, crying, crying terribly, so that she couldn't keep it back any more. I never knew her to cry before. I didn't dare go into her room. Mother would, but I didn't dare. And yet I couldn't leave her there alone in such awful trouble. I stood by the door in the dark, oh, Arnold, I don't know how long, and heard her. When it began to be light, she was quiet, and I went back to bed, and after a while I tiptoed in. She had gone to sleep at last. Arnold, there under her cheek was that old baseball cap of yours, all wet with her tears, Judith's tears." Before she had finished, she was sorry she had spoken. Arnold's face was suffused with purple. He put his hand up to his collar and wrenched at it, clenched his fists, and finally, flinging his riding crop far from him, hid his face in his hands and burst into tears. "Isn't it damnable!" he said over and over. "Isn't it damnable!" Sylvia had nothing more to say. It seemed indeed damnable to her. She wondered again at Judith's invincible force of will. That alone was the obstacle. No, it was something back of Judith's will, something which even Arnold recognized. For now, to her astonishment, he looked up, his face smeared like a weeping child's, and said in a low tone, "You know, of course, that Judith's right." The testimony was wrung out of him, but it came. The moment was one never to be forgotten. Out of her passionate pity was born strength that was not to be denied. She took his hand in hers, his dry, sick man's hand. "Arnold, you asked me to give you a reason why you should get the best you can out of yourself. I'll give you a reason. Judith is a reason. Austin is a reason. I'm a reason. I am never going to let you go. Judith can't be the one to help you get through the best you can, even though it may not be so very well. Poor, poor Judith, who would die to be able to help you. Mother wasn't allowed to. She wanted to, I see that now. But I can. I'm not a thousandth part as strong or as good as they. But if we hang together! All my life is going to be settled for me in a few hours. I don't know how it's going to be, but however it is, you will always be in my life, for as long as you live." She caught her breath at the realization of how little that phrase meant. "For as long as you live, you are going to be what you wanted to be, what you ought to have been, my brother, my mother's son." He clung to her hand. He clung to it with such a grip that her fingers ached, and she blessed the pain for what it meant. End of chapter 46. Chapter 47 of The Bent Twig by Dorothy Canfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. CHAPTER XLVII And all the trumpets sounded. They had told her, at the farm, the old man and the old woman who had looked so curiously at her, that Mr. Page had gone on up the wood road towards the upper pasture. He liked to go there sometimes, they said, to look at the sunset from a big rock that stood in the edge of the white birch woods. They added, in extenuation of this, that of course somebody had to go up there anyhow, once in a while, to salt the sheep. Sylvia had passed on, past the great, square, many-chimneyed house, past the old‐fashioned garden, and struck into the wood road beyond the bars. The sun was so low now, almost below the edge of the notch, that the rays were level and long behind her. So she had walked, bathed in luminous gold at Versailles, on the day when Austin had first told her that he loved her, on the day she had told him the truth. From the first moment she had seen him, how he had always brought out from her the truest and best, finer and truer than anything she had thought was in her, like a reflection from his own integrity. His eyes that day, what clear wells of loyalty and honor! How her mother would have loved him! And that other day, when he said farewell and went away to his ordeal, she closed her eyes for an instant, pierced with the recollection of his gaze on her. What was she, what poor thing transfigured to divinity, that such passions, such tenderness had been hers, even for a moment, even if now. She looked timidly up the green tunnel of the arching trees, fearing to see him at any moment. And yet, how she hastened her steps towards where he was! The moments were too long till she should find her heart's home. After a time, there came a moment of such terrible throbbing of the heart, such trembling, that she could not go on. She sat down on a rock beside the road and pressed her shaking hands on her cheeks. No, it was too awful! She had been insane to think of putting everything, her whole life, to the test of a moment's shock. She would go back. She would write him. She looked up and saw her mother's gallant figure standing there before her. She smiled and started on. Strange that she had thought her mother could be dead. Her first instinct had been right. Her mother could not die. The road turned sharply to the left. She came out from the white birches. She was in the edge of the pasture, sweet fern at her feet, a group of sheep raising startled heads to gaze at her, the sun's rim red on the horizon below her, and up there, the sunlight on his face, above her, stood Austin. The sight of him was like a great burst of music in her heart, like a great flood of light. Her doubts, her uncertainties, they were gone out as utterly as night goes before the sun. Her ears rang to a sound like singing voices. For a moment she did not feel the ground under her feet. Austin looked down and saw her. He stood like a man in a dream. And then he knew. He knew, and Sylvia knew. He gave a great cry of welcome which was to ring in her ears for all her life, like a benediction. He ran down to meet her and took her in his arms. The end. End of chapter 47. End of The Bent Twig by Dorothy Canfield.